shit. Just knock everything over.
Oh, thank goodness. Officer, please, come quickly.
Bonjour, mademoiselle. How can I...
It has become a madhouse. Madame has been shouting and cursing all morning. I've never seen her so angry. But what great luck to happen upon you.
Please, try to remain calm. First, may I ask your name?
We don't have time for that. Please, hurry.
Prologue. The bracelet.
Mademoiselle, now we are here, I must insist on your name before I can continue any further. I am Officer Hercule Poirot.
I am Elizabeth, but it is the maidservant that we must consider. Forgive me, officer, but are you new to the area?
I stand out so obviously.
I mean no offence, only I have not seen you before. This is a small town, and you learn everyone's faces very quickly.
Very observant of you, mademoiselle. I was recently posted here from the city, and a good thing I'm here now. Let us get to the bottom of this madness you speak of.
Talking to characters is essential when gathering evidence. Basic questions are flagged with the question icon. Press A to pose this question to Elizabeth. Now, for anybody that doesn't know, I'm an avid book reader. I read a lot. I have piles and piles of books all over in my room. Agatha Christie is very near and dear to my heart. Not only did my mom read all of them, my grandmother read all of them. She would probably be over the moon with the movies. Which reminds me, I need to watch The Death on the Nile, the new version. And Agatha Christie happens to be one of my favorite book series writers. A lot of people get a little bit mad because her stuff's a little outdated, but that's okay. We have to think about it from her time zone, or her time period, not ours.
There has been a theft at the house.
Then I am exactly where I should be, n'est-ce pas?
Do you have a list of the items that have been taken?
It is only one of Mademoiselle Angeline's most valuable bracelets, taken from her room.
Then its safe return is of the utmost importance.
Does the house have any suspicions as whom is responsible?
Madame Van den Bosch, the lady of the house, believes Fleurette is behind it.
You doubt the Madame's theory?
I'm afraid I do. I know Madame is confident of Florette's guilt, but she wouldn't do such a thing. Surely a burglar is responsible, as Mademoiselle believes.
Merci, mademoiselle. Your assistance has been invaluable.
A new mind map unlocked. So we recently just did the first Sherlock Holmes. We still need to finish the second one. So it looks like there's going to be some overlapping mechanics, which that's nice. I do like that. Mademoiselle Elizabeth believes the burglary is behind the bracelet disappearance. If this is the case, we'll no doubt be signs of intrusion in the grounds. Also, you can connect the dots. Whenever Poirot uncovers an interesting area of investigation, an objective is launched. Here you can see all the evidence relating to your very first objective, using to move around. Try highlighting each piece of evidence to see how Poirot interprets them. Okay. Okay. Time to find some evidence. Elizabeth mentioned an intruder, so let's start with the gravel path. Using to explore, you can zoom out using left or right to. Oh, okay, beautiful. Well, there's a ladder right there. Ah, okay. While two sets a lead away from the house, only one muddy set returns, rather hastily it seems. Every inspection you make adds evidence to the appropriate place. Please press X to view your active objective. You can do this at any time. Oh, okay. Oh, all the way over yonder. Okay. I'm like, I don't see it. Okay.
Aha.
This morning's shower must have been heavier than I thought. An intruder stepped here would surely leave evidence elsewhere. Okay. And it would be to this.
Things are beginning to become clearer.
Okay, so you have to match them. Well done, you've made your first deduction. Linking evidence gives you new evidence to use in your investigation. In this case, you also unlocked a new action, as represented by the talk icon. Press B to return to the objective screen. Okay. Okay. So can we talk to Missy Pooh over here, Elizabeth?
Of course, officer. How can I help?
The footprints on the press were fresh today. Do you know who they belong to?
One set must be mine, leaving to find you. The other set must be Florette's. She was caught in the rain this morning.
That explains the hurried, scuffle nature of the prints.
Merci, mademoiselle. Your assistance has been invaluable.
Okay, so we need to explore the rest of the garden. There's no sign of trampling, but it's a shame this lawn is so unkempt. It appears to be Rosa's shop. If these cobwebs are anything to go by, it has been locked in sometime. Perhaps they entered another way. Judging by the condition of this ladder, I wouldn't trust it with my weight. Perhaps a braver man than I perched this somewhere else against the roof. A declaration of love has been carved into this bench. L loves E. Such beautiful flowers. I'm glad to see no one carelessly damaged them. The trestle has been left untouched for quite some time. Is it impossible to climb to reach it unassisted? The ledge beneath it appears to be rather precarious. There's no other. Okay, so we go to our mind.
Of course, officer. How can I help?
I cannot help notice the unkept lawn. Is there not an employed gardener?
There is, sir. Luke. But he was called away from the house on a personal matter. Rahana, our cook, accompanied him.
With no gardener present, there was no one tending the lawn this morning, but still no sign of anyone stepping on it.
Excuse me, officer?
Oh, whoops, I forgot to read that.
The carving on the bench. Forgive me, I was not suggesting anything untoward.
Oh, of course not. Yes, I suppose there must be.
Would you know the identity of the mysterious L and E?
Get off of my stuff. Damn flies.
I'm afraid not. Perhaps they were old residents. A pair of star-crossed lovers, perhaps.
Elizabeth.
Madame does not allow distracting staff relationships.
Love is not something that can be harnessed so easily.
That is Madame's rule, and I wouldn't want to be the one that challenges her on it.
Fair.
Merci, mademoiselle. Your assistance has been invaluable. Oh.
Okay, so I'm not quite sure. I'm a little confused on the linking here. A touching extract taken from Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet, expertly carved on black. The measure done, I'll watch her place of stand, touching her make bless my rude hand. Did my heart love till now, forswear its sight, for ne'er saw true beauty till this night. That's the thing, I don't know. Okay, so I'm having a hard time understanding. Okay.
Some would say a lucky guess. I would say a moment of genius.
This be
Magnifique.
okay, wait. Is that right though? Neither of the external doors have been damaged or show any sign of unwanted visitors. Okay, that's what I was thinking. So
Order and method. That is the way to solve the...
okay, good. So it does tell you if you're wrong.
This will not get me any closer to my goal.
Okay, my bad.
I must take a different approach if I am to
So
I cannot see the logic in this.
okay, that may
Perhaps a second look at the evidence in front of me.
be my bad, I'm dumb, okay?
I must act on thought.
Okay, so I gotta do this. So why am I...
I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
Okay, so I didn't think about that. I cannot find signs of unwanted visitor in the garden. Did someone cover the tracks?
Come, my little grey cells. We must think logically. Is there something I am not seeing?
Yes, obviously.
see the logic in this.
I'm stupid, okay?
The pieces of the puzzle
Okay,
are
no
finally
fourth
coming
century.
together.
I'm like, wait a second. Okay, I'm starting to understand the mind thing. I could not find any signs of the unlawful entry into the house. Would I find signs of intrusion elsewhere on the grounds? Oh, it says we still have something to connect. But I don't know what needs to be connected.
Of course, officer. How can I help?
Merci, mademoiselle. Your assist.
So we gotta figure out this. So we're missing a connection.
Come, my little grey cells. This will not get me any closer to my goal.
Okay, I lied. I thought I was figuring this out. Oh, I just backed out on accident. So it says there's one more thing that needs to be linked. I'm not sure what else needs to not sure. I'm feeling a little dumb because I'm like, I bet it's like right in front of my face.
I must take a different approach if I am to uncover the truth.
Okay, bro, I'm sorry that I'm dumb. I'm not smart like you are. So,
What a revelation!
oh, that's not confusing or anything. It wasn't a burglary. With no obvious signs of burglary, perhaps I should look in those inside for answers. This is not the start I was expecting. There's no signs of intruder at all. There is something amiss. I must remain vigilant and keep my wits about me. Okay, that one I wouldn't have thought about connecting those two. I'm like, it can't be that, can it?
I have conducted my initial inspection of the house and grounds. It is now necessary for me to speak with those in the house.
Of course. Thank you, officer. I'm sure Madame Van den Bosch will be happy to hear the police are investigating.
I suspect there will be someone inside who will not be as pleased to hear it. Yes, because that means nobody went outside. I presume this is the lady of the house. She holds quite a presence. From what Mademoiselle Elizabeth has said, she is not one to be wrong side of. I must talk with her before beginning my search. Oh, she is a tall lady.
Who are you? You are not the commanding officer I requested.
No, dear madame, I am Officer Hercule Poirot. I can assure you that
This will simply not do. I sent Elizabeth to bring me a competent lawman.
and that is what she has brought, madame. Now, I would like to continue my investigation.
You understand correctly. It is my daughter's bracelet. It is a rather expensive piece.
And valuable to your daughter, no doubt. It was a gift.
Yes, it was from her late father, my husband, the Viscount, and it has not gone missing. It was stolen. I do not believe so. I know so. It was Florette, the maidservant. I knew I could not trust her.
And why is that?
Because I don't. I do not need to explain myself any further, especially to a measly officer. Don't be ridiculous. I have told you who is guilty. If there had been a break-in, surely it would be your job to stop them.
If it was
She
the
is a
case,
bitch.
of course, madame. Although I cannot predict a burglar's movement.
Perhaps then you have proved me right, and you aren't the competent officer I require.
Never have I met someone so adamant that they don't require help from the police. Her accusation against the maid is rather questionable. There must be more to the story, and it is my duty
Merci,
to...
madame. You have been most helpful.
She's not been helpful at all. She hasn't been helpful at all. So could... Yeah, she's definitely... Okay, so we need to find stuff in there. She was... Okay. Because she was so quick to judge the, Yeah, she's so adamant about...
Oh.
Various art pieces have been packed and addressed to the auction house. I assume the madame did this. It does not seem to be working. Why would the house this size have without a working phone? Ah, now I see why she's accusing. Rather impressive portraits, I must say.
Huh.
What are you doing, buddy? Some of the greatest authors and novels throughout history. It's locked and sobbing. I can hear inside. Assume the madame has taken the law into her own hands. A rose cross arrow symbol adorns the door. Perhaps a signal of forbidden love. Come, my little gray cells. Let's solve the mystery. Searching the kitchen is not essential to my current investigation. There's nothing particular about this coat, but what is this in the pocket? Hidden inside the coat pocket, although fairly plain, it's still a trafficked item of jewelry. I wonder if it holds significant... It's a gold band. Oh, okay, so I do need to go upstairs. Okay, so what do we got here? We have one connection.
Is there something I am... Order and method. That is the way to solve the problem.
Okay, I'm apparently dumb, but that's okay.
I must act on thought and fact.
Okay, so I must be missing something. Let's exit. We'll come back. Let's go back downstairs. Talk to the lady of the house, the witch.
Really, officer, you are wasting both your time and what is your point?
May I ask of the subject?
You may not. Honestly, your prying is getting on my last nerve. Only if you are prepared to take Florette away.
It is an offense to incarcerate someone without suitable proof of misdeeds. I must question Mademoiselle Florette to gather her version of events.
If you will not do your duty and lock her up, then I must. She shall remain there, and I, the key holder, until she is led from the room in handcuffs.
Merci, madame. You have been most helpful.
She's not been helpful at all. Okay, queen. Okay, so... Nope's wrong one. This one.
This will not get me any closer. Another success. I never doubted myself.
No, I did. It seems someone in the house has been keen interest in the work of William Shakespeare. I think I'll be a lot less confused if I just keep linking him as they go. I'm starting to get the idea, but... There's obviously been something previously hanging in the position. Was it stolen, I wonder? No. I have a feeling I know the answer to this. This must be the scene of the crime. I was expecting to find clues. Not who I must assume is the daughter. I can only hope she's not tampered with the scene.
What do you think you're doing in here? Who let you in?
Mademoiselle Angeline, I presume. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Officer Hercule Poirot.
An officer of the law? But what are you doing here? Don't you need to be chasing down the burglar?
Your bracelet has gone missing. It is only correct. I speak with all members of the house and investigate the scene of the crime.
Ah, if we must.
Merci. I will attempt to take up as little of your time as possible.
Why don't you begin telling me what happened?
Some rat stole my bracelet this morning. Even though it's clear someone has broken in, Maman refused to listen and blamed Florette.
You sound very convinced it was taken by someone from outside of the house.
My window was open when I returned. How else can you explain that? It is of great value. Money was no object to father.
It was a gift from your father. I can only assume it holds great value to you also.
Of course it does. What a silly thing to say. It's a good thing Maman had it insured with the others.
I'm trying to understand how someone could have entered and exited your room unnoticed.
It must have been while I was down at breakfast with Elizabeth. She was with me all morning.
Mademoiselle Elizabeth was with you until you discovered the bracelet was missing?
She was. She woke me up later than usual. I washed and dressed, and we went down to the lounge for breakfast.
You have been of great help to my investigation, mademoiselle. I will do everything I can to find the culprit and return your bracelet.
Yeah, see, I've already seen, okay. Okay. Trust the process, trust the process. This is where the bracelet in question was last seen. I must investigate the crime scene thoroughly, leaving no stone unturned. This probably was taken for insurance money. Because it looks like they're selling stuff. It's covered in black powder. It would be... I think this has come from dealing with the fireplace. This must keep the room rather snug on a cold evening.
Oh.
This must be where the piece in question has disappeared from. So many beautiful pieces remain.
Oh.
This has been left out, oddly not replaced in its stand. Ending has a hook spike. What further use could it have? The gentleman in the same from the hallway. Judging by the cracked glass, it must be a recently dropped. Insert that. Rather irresponsible, dangerous to leave this and stay, whether one's in a rush or not.
Aha.
Frame is noticeably cracked from where there's an internal latch shows it's been opened from the inside rather forcefully, I might add. Something obviously resided here for some time, only recently moved away. I believe I've found everything here that can help me uncover the troops. Perhaps I consider what actually these clues mean. I need to talk to her.
The longer you're here, the further the criminal goes with my bracelet. But by all means, fire away. Is one bracelet not enough?
Please, mademoiselle, I only ask that you are sure it's my duty to return your bracelet.
I have checked everywhere. You can ask Elizabeth if you don't believe me. It is only my bracelet that is missing.
As I have stated, it is my duty to speak with every member of the house, and I would not want to have discovered a further missing piece later. You have been of great help to my investigation, mademoiselle. I will do everything I can to find the culprit and return your bracelet.
Okay, so we got some stuff in here.
Magnifique.
Madame is selling a great deal of her collection. Perhaps this is more than just redecorating.
The pieces of the puzzle are finally
Okay,
coming
so-
together.
Someone broke it. It seems the photograph fell on the floor and Angelina replaced it. Okay. And then there's another one.
Come, my little Grace
Okay,
Alice.
now.
We must
Okay.
think logically.
I'm thinking.
I cannot see the logic in this.
Okay, now.
Perhaps order and method. That is the
Okay, so hold on. So let's talk to her.
The longer you're here, the further the criminal
Oh,
goes with my
shush.
bracelet.
You're just like your mom.
How should I know? I returned to the room and father was face down on the floor. It must have been the burglar.
So it is your father that is the subject.
Isn't he handsome? I remember watching him sit for it. He kept looking across and smiling at me. The artist was getting awfully angry at him. Maman never wants to talk about him. She says it's too hard, but she acts more like she doesn't even care he's gone.
I'm sure that is not the case. It must have been very hard for her, for you both.
I miss him every day. He always knew how to put a smile on my face. I remember how much fun we would have, all three of us. In the summer, father and I would play hide and seek while Maman read. She always helped me though whenever it was his turn to hide. I would stand in the gazebo, cover my eyes and count, and when I turned, he was nowhere to be seen. Maman would lower her book and flash a look towards his hiding spot. After I found him, he clapped and cheered as though I had won a gold medal. When I was hiding, it didn't matter where I was. He could never find me. I always thought I was an expert hider, but when I think back now, I know he was letting me win. He always said my smile was prize enough for him. He
Oh.
always knew just what to say.
I'm sure he would want you to be smiling today, even under such circumstances.
Having heard her story, I can begin to see why he is missed. It's a tragedy, the loss of loving a father and a husband.
You have been of great help to my
You
investigation,
uncovered a
mademoiselle.
secret memory.
I will
eventually.
do everything I can to find the culprit and return your bracelet.
Okay, so. Goddamn fly. There's a fly that keeps landing on me. Okay, so we got one more link here.
Is there something?
Alright, there's gotta be some. Was the poker used to
What
lift the
a
window?
revelation!
Okay. It was forced open. Looking at the poker, I could not see the delicate way it could have been done. Who would do such a thing and why? Alright, so let's go back out. Because I think we've looked at everything we can there.
Ah,
Okay. If I didn't investigate all of it. Oops. Talk to Cassandra and Elizabeth.
Really, officer?
merci, madame.
Okay, don't know.
Huh.
Alright, so we can't connect anything else. Oh wait. Does it say oh, Elizabeth, which we need to go back outside the house, because Elizabeth is outside. Because I'm like, we're not getting anything.
Mademoiselle Elizabeth, I hope you are feeling less distressed now. I can assure you I shall find the guilty party and the bracelet.
Thank you, officer. Yes. All I want is for Florette to be heard.
Bien sûr. Rest assured she will get the fair trial she deserves. I wonder if you could help me with some questions regarding the house.
Of course. Whatever I can do to help.
There's sobbing coming from behind the locked door in the lounge.
When I left, Madame was with Florette in there. Surely she would not have locked her in. It must have been an accident.
Madame Vandenbosch should not be deciding her fate. Would you grant me access to speak with her?
I would, sir, but I don't have the key. There is a spare somewhere, though. Oh, how awful, the thought of her locked in there.
Do you have any thoughts as to where I may find it?
I'm sorry. Madame does not trust the staff with such knowledge, even me. Although I did overhear her once say it was hidden somewhere, close to her heart. Whatever that means.
I'm filled with sorrow for the young girl trapped in launch, but I must admit I miss the thrill of solving a good puzzle. Perhaps the countryside is not as tedious as it seems. Did you notice that anything else was missing when you
Now I
returned?
think of it, I don't recall seeing her memento tin.
Could this have been what usually resides on the desk in Mademoiselle's bedroom?
She holds her keepsakes from her father and other gifts or tokens in it. She has such a wonderful collection. She's very lucky. She normally keeps it close, but I didn't see it this morning.
Merci, mademoiselle. Your assistance has been invaluable.
Oh. Okay, so
Oh.
No, it's not gonna let me get it done. It's not gonna let me get it out there.
I must take a different approach if I am to uncover the truth.
So maybe.
I must act on thought and fact.
Dang
Not-
it. I was kind of hoping that was the connection. We'll come back to that in a second. Let's see. Oh, so we don't have any actions there. But they did give us new things there. Okay. Not quite understanding. There's something that's connecting and I'm not understanding what it is. So
Order and method. That is the way.
okay, so she confirms there's this.
I should not be surprised by my
okay.
own skills of deduction.
The key is discreet enough to almost hide it anywhere, even inside a book. Talk to Elizabeth. Which would make sense because she made the comment that she'd read all the time.
Certainly, officer.
The house contains a great deal of literature. Are you all keen readers?
Madame is the one with the refined taste. Angeline and I are much more partial to a simple love story.
Aren't we all? Romeo and Juliet, the most famous of love stories.
I do enjoy it so. The passion, the romance. It gives me goosebumps just thinking about it. Madame has a copy upstairs in the main hall.
Merci, mademoiselle. Your assistance has been invaluable.
Is that where we're gonna find us? Did she say upstairs in the main hall? I think she said upstairs in the main hall. One of the greatest love stories ever written. I'm glad to see Shakespeare's words are being enjoyed. And here's the key. Which is funny because Romeo and Juliet is one of my least favorite Shakespeare.
Finally, it is unlocked.
What exactly do you think you are doing?
If I am to serve justice, I must be able to reach and talk with young Florette.
The girl is guilty and shall pay the price for her crime. I shall see to that. If you wish to listen to her feeble attempts to explain herself, so be it.
Everyone deserves to tell their side of the story, whether a feeble account or not.
At last I may at least speak to the accused and hear her version of events. I still have a number of questions. Perhaps she may hold the answer.
Mademoiselle Florette, I presume.
Please, officer. I did nothing wrong. You can't take me away.
Please relax, my dear. If you have done nothing wrong, you have nothing to worry about. But it is my duty to investigate all avenues. Ah bon?
Relax. So you don't think I took the bracelet?
As of this moment, I cannot say. But answering my questions honestly will certainly help your case either way.
You are accused. Why don't you begin with giving me your account of this morning?
I didn't even know it was missing till I got accused of taking it. Madame was so angry. She wouldn't listen to me.
There must be some reasoning behind her accusation.
How could I have taken it? I've been in town most of the morning. I was even late coming back. Then I was preparing breakfast.
So much to do. What exactly were you tasked with this morning?
Rihanna the cook is away, so I had to fetch breakfast for the house and prepare it all myself. How does she expect me to do that all on my own?
From what I understand of Madame Van den Bosch, she would not have been best pleased you returned late for breakfast.
Not best pleased? I thought she was going to batter me to death with a baguette. I hid in the kitchen and then tried to stay out of sight in the lounge until breakfast was over. Didn't want to put my head near her jaws while she was still hungry.
Fair.
Perhaps a brave move under the circumstances. And you did not go upstairs at all.
Madame was singeing a hole in the back of my apron with her glare. I daren't have moved. I was too scared to blink the wrong way. Never mind stamping upstairs.
In this morning room, I assume you would have hurried your duties.
I must just be slow, monsieur. My mother always said I moved like the snail. Maybe I was just happy to be out of the house.
I struggle to believe you would risk catching a cold in such conditions for a little fresh air.
Now I am being accused of avoiding my duties? Mais enfin!
Merci. I shall take everything you have told me into consideration.
Okay, so now that I finally met a young Flora, I should work to ascertain her innocence or guilt. I do not always agree with telephone companies, but ignoring the bills will not make them disappear. Madame, despite our best efforts to contact you regarding your account, we have not received any response from previous correspondence. With that in mind, you are being served a formal 30 days to make full payment on the outstanding balance or will be forced to revoke your service. If you'd like to discuss the matters or have any further questions, please contact us. Without a fire poker, a rather useless, in my opinion, market to be. Oh, well, we know where that is.
Oh.
I could spend all morning in front of us taking in the smell. She did pretty good for...
Huh.
EP suggests this is Liz. Nasty black smudged apparent. A slip for collecting a garment from the Gosson & Co. tailors in town. Dated today. Oh, someone got their clothes ripped. Wonder who the wine connoisseur in the house is. A vintage like this could fetch a price. Note. To receive such a note of devotion and love must be a delight. Signed from Luke. To whom in his love I wonder. It's my obligation that has taken me away from you, but it is my heart that will keep us together. My aunt is much better health and rest and some company has done her wonders. I hope to return to you and my duties at the house in a matter of days. Until then, keep well and know that I'm always in your thoughts, now and forever, Luke. Ah, so probably Elizabeth and Luke. Okay.
This will not get me any closer to my goal. I must take a different approach if I am to
Okay. But I'm not sure. Okay, hold on. Okay, the abandoned poker.
Some would say a lucky guess. I would say a moment of genius.
Okay. So, right here. We have something to connect.
Things are beginning to become clearer.
A new conversation. Okay. So now, perhaps saying your trip was... And now, let's go back to this one, because... Not sure on this connection, though. Because I thought maybe this and this would be together, but it is not.
Come, my little grey cells. We must...
Because we're trying to figure out, and this... Oh, dang it. So in this one, we're trying to figure out...
Another success.
Telephone
I
numbers.
never doubted myself.
So we're trying to figure out why she's accusing him. And now we've got another thing that's...
Things are beginning to
And
become
then,
clearer.
okay. So I needed to connect that to that to that. Okay. Speaking far worse position than I thought. I wonder if such desperation led to drastic actions. Which would...
The pieces of the puzzle are finally
Okay,
coming
okay, I
together.
think it was starting to get the groove here. It cannot be a coincidence that what is not being sold has been recently insured. There must be more to Madame Vidari's execution of Floret that it seems. A young maid would make for a perfect scapegoat. Okay, so we completed that. So now we know why she was accused. Now we just need to figure out, talk to Elizabeth. Okay, so we need to go out and talk to Elizabeth. Okay, now that I am not trying to jump the gun, I think that was the problem. I was trying to jump it because what made sense to my brain.
Certainly, officer.
You don't by chance have it to be missing an initial handkerchief?
Why, yes, officer. I misplaced it after wiping a stain from Mademoiselle Angelieve's sleeve at breakfast. You are a great detective.
You are not the first to say. Had she not noticed it herself, I imagine Madame would not allow even the smallest imperfection.
It baffles me how she couldn't have. It was only luck that I spotted it before Madame, and a good thing I did.
Does Madame have a habit of making such quick assumptions?
Madame is under a great deal of strain. It can't have been easy for her to lose her husband, raising Mademoiselle alone. She can be quick to anger.
And this morning, it sounds as though it was such an occasion.
It's not the first time I have had to stand and watch such treatment. I hate to see it. As I said, Madame hasn't had the easiest time.
You said that it was not the first time Madame has lost her temper with Floret?
Madame's scolding of Fleurette this morning was the worst I have seen her temper. I wish you could see that Fleurette is just trying to do her best.
Could there have been another reason for such a reaction?
Madame was not happy Fleurette was late. All through breakfast, Madame was watching her with a piercing eye. But she's still learning the way.
Merci, mademoiselle. Your assistance has been invaluable.
So...
Is there something?
yeah, hold on.
I should not be surprised by my own
Okay,
skills
so
of deduction.
I bet if we go look at the fireplace, I bet the bracelet's in the fireplace. Yeah. Okay. This is making all sense. This is making sense. I'm sure it will get more difficult as we go on. But that's okay. I'm quite enjoying it. It's a nice cozy day for this. I really loved playing the Sherlock Holmes, so. Now it is time to confront my suspicions.
What are you doing there? I wouldn't get too close. Soot is forever spitting onto the floor.
Merci for the warning, mademoiselle.
I must find a way to distract Mademoiselle if I want to confirm my theory. Okay, so we need to... How can we... talk to Cassandra?
Really, officer, you are wasting both your time and mine. If you have something to ask, officer, I suggest you stop wasting
Question
my time
with the
further
icon
and just
indicates
get
a
on with
dollar
it.
challenge. Choose a question mark to answer. I already seen and heard how hot-tempered she can be, so I should prove this with some sensitivity.
And this is how she repays me? I will not be happy until I see her sufficiently punished. I am glad you have finally come to your senses and have seen her guilt.
No.
It is challenging at times, I will admit. But I can assure you, the Van den Bosch name
You're
is
not
as
a
strong
useless
and prevalent
internet
as it
wife.
has always been.
I said I missed your stream this morning.
I have tried my best to provide for Angeline, although sometimes she may not see it that way. She is not to know about what we have discussed. It is my burden to carry.
You are accepting the hand you have been dealt and raising a fine young mademoiselle.
When I don't know what to
That is all that can be asked of you.
And you have done nothing but bother my staff and my family. I cannot stand here any longer and listen to this second-rate officer speaking such drivel.
Madame offers me the smallest slither of emotion, showing how she cares for her daughter before she makes haste for the front door. Is it out of embarrassment, or perhaps there's something she's still trying to hide? I wonder if Mademoiselle Angeline noticed Madame's abrupt departure. You've broken down Cassandra's defenses and obtained some new evidence. In this case, it seems like you really hit a nerve with Cassandra. Well, I don't necessarily know what the correct answers to pick are. No, would that count? I don't know.
The longer you are here, the further the criminal goes with my bracelet. But by all means, fire away.
Would you say that your Madame is happy with the young?
Maman is never happy with anything these days. Also, Florette does have a habit of not doing things exactly how Maman wants them done.
And how does she react when she sees Florette not doing things the correct way?
Maman has the temperament of a kicked cat. Florette has often been on the wrong side of it.
That is how she responded today?
She was shouting at her, and when Florette would not admit she took the bracelet, Maman really lost her temper. I have not seen her that angry before.
You have been of great help to my investigation, mademoiselle. I will do everything I can to find the culprit and return your bracelet.
Literally get my hands steady. And here's the bracelet. It was carefully concealed inside a rectangular metal tin. So the bracelet... Okay, so now we have to connect the dots. I'm slowly understanding this, and then at moments like this, I'm like, you know what I mean? It's one of those, like...
I must act on thought and fact. I cannot see the logic in this. Perhaps...
Why are my clips just random snippets? That's right, mine are probably like that too. I have a whole bunch of just really random ones.
I must act on thought and fact.
I am like... Maybe I'm just having a blonde moment here.
Is there something I am not...
I think she hid it for a reason. Okay, she hid it for a reason because I think she was afraid her mom would sell it. So that means Angelique probably knows more about what's going on than she's letting on.
lucky
there we go.
guess. I would say a moment of genius.
Okay, so we got that one connected. Now we gotta get this one connected. I have a feeling it has something to do with this. But why?
I must take a different approach if I am to uncover the truth. What a revelation!
Ah, okay, so she forced up to stage the burglary. She let it go far. I cannot believe I allowed Mademoiselle Angeline to deceive me this long. Hiding the bracelet inside the chimney, staging a burglary, all part of a calculated, devious plan. I should bring this investigation to an end. Enough of time has already been wasted, but I am still not unsatisfied until I know why. Ah, so now we gotta figure out the why part. You're good, hun. Don't ever worry about me. So we just need a... We don't have anything to connect. And it doesn't say to talk to anybody. I'm very confused.
The longer you're here...
You have been of great...
So do I need to go talk to the... Mademoiselle? Sure, the Mademoiselle's over here. No? No. But now where do I go? I'm very confused. I'll be on the couch if you need me. Scream for me. I'm not gonna scream for you. That scared me. I've expected all the items in the... You're good.
Order and method. That is the way.
Okay, wait.
your mother's birthday?
Come, my little grey
Oh,
cells.
I might clip this. Happy birthday
It's
to
Mama's.
you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to
This
Jessie's
will not
mother.
get me any
That
closer to
doesn't
my...
rhyme, but anyway, happy birthday to you. Might have to clip that out whenever I do the highlight.
I just don't know what this means. Is it this and this?
Magnifique.
Oh, okay. It seems someone collected this by hand. Who, I wonder? Which would have been her.
Another success. I never doubted myself.
Uh-huh. So, Flore. We need to talk to the girls. Okay. I see.
Anything to show you I didn't do it. And Madame, I need this job, monsieur.
Was it you who collected the parcel this morning while in town?
Yes, another thing on my to-do list. I'm afraid it's not in the same condition as when I picked it up.
At whose request?
It was a favor for Lizzie. I didn't mind having to get it.
Merci.
Okay.
I shall take everything you have told me into consideration.
Alright, so we are trying to figure out the next part, which is, I think, Elizabeth and our boy, Luke, we're gonna go get married or something.
Certainly, officer.
Can you tell me about the package in the lounge?
The lounge? A package?
Oui, it is quite hard to miss.
Oh, how silly of me. I must have had my head in the clouds this morning. I'm sorry, I can't help you further.
Besides the obvious, was there anything unusual about this morning?
Besides the terrible rain? No. I woke, began my duties with Mademoiselle. I had already laid out a clean dress. I helped her into it, and prepared her for the day before getting started on tidying her room as neat as a pin.
And the bracelet was still there when you left the room for breakfast.
I'm sure of it. I had it down before Mademoiselle Angeline.
Merci, mademoiselle. Your assistance has been invaluable.
So okay. So it was to acknowledge the parcel. Okay.
I cannot see the logic in this. Perhaps a second look at the evidence... The pieces of the puzzle
Okay.
are
I
finally
was like,
coming together.
maybe it's this way first. For the both of them.
Magnifique.
Okay.
What a revelation.
They were gonna get married. Yeah, their secret. Why did she hide such a joyous occasion? I recall her saying that Madame did not take finely to staff relationship, but cannot help but there's something more. Which is true. There has to be something more. So we have to talk to Elizabeth. Okay, so now we gotta connect these.
Another success.
Okay, so she was
I
watching
never
her
doubted
because she
myself.
brought the parcel and wanted to know what the parcel was. Aha! She's considerably busy under the watchful eye of the Madame to take the bracelet. So.
lucky guess. I would say a moment of genius.
Which would not an attempt to improve the continue to hide her financial woes. Flora was the scapegoat.
Things are beginning
Because
to
she
become
mistreated
clearer.
her. Okay, I'm following along. I'm following along here. It's a series of abuse by the Madame. I have no doubt in the young Flora is innocent. What I do doubt is the behavior of Madame. If what I have heard is true, her treatment toward Flora is disgraceful. So we need to talk to Florette.
Anything to show you I didn't do it. And Madame, I need this job, monsieur.
This is not the first time Madame has been taking her anger out on you, is it?
She never used to be such a witch. When the Viscount was alive, she was much nicer. He was the head of the house, he gave the orders, and he treated us right. I would have gone long ago, monsieur. But my family can't afford for me to be picky about my employment.
I was not aware you were supporting your family, and at such a young age.
Papa lost his job at the factory just before he left for good, so Mama had to work even more. I was old enough, so I went to work. When I joined the Vandenbosch house, the Viscount was very kind. I didn't think he would care, but he wanted to help. He gave me some extra in my first pay pack, enough to keep the landlord from kicking Mama out at least. No one had ever been that nice before. I didn't know what to say, but all he wanted me to do was work hard for her. He even let me to go home and visit Mama and my brothers at Christmas with a food parcel from the kitchen. Mama said she had never seen so much food. It's always been hard for her. Even before he left for good, Papa wasn't around much, and even when he was, we both wished he wasn't. My brothers were too young to remember what he was like, I hope. When I walked in Mama's house, everything seemed so much smaller. I must have got too used to the size of this house. I swear, you could fit our house in just this lounge. We didn't have much, but we didn't want for much. It was simple and it was home.
The valuables in the house do not determine the love it shares.
Someone should tell Madame that. Not that she'd listen anyways.
I will uncover the truth of what happened today, mademoiselle. That, I promise you.
The Viscount's kind nature shines through again. His treatment of staff is quite contrasted from that of the Madame's. From the way the young mademoiselle speaks of her family, I cannot believe she would risk her employment at this house and put into an even worse position.
Merci.
You have
I shall take
uncovered a
everything
secret
you have told
memory
me
from
into
Florette.
consideration.
So now, what do we do? Okay, I don't know. Oops. So I'm not sure what else we're supposed to do. So So we've connected all these, so what do we do now? Not quite sure.
Ah,
I feel like I'm missing something. What am I missing? Okay, I'm not sure. Not sure now what we're looking for. Because we don't like have an objective? Oh, talk to Elizabeth? But it didn't give us an option to talk to Elizabeth.
Certainly, officer.
You seem rather excited earlier at the mention of Romeo and Juliet.
How could I not be? I may not enjoy his other works, but how can one not be blown away by a story of two so deeply in love that they will risk everything just to be together?
And I hate Romeo and Juliet.
especially being able to draw similarities between Verona's star-crossed lovers to yourself and your dearest.
But I hadn't told.
Mademoiselle, I am an officer of the law. It is my duty to uncover the truth.
Please, you cannot say anything to Madame. She is against staff relationships of any kind. In her eyes, a relationship between staff is nothing more than a distraction.
But he means so much more to you.
Oh, officer, I have found my soulmate. At first, it was nothing more than pleasantries around the grounds, but that quickly changed. I know it's not proper for a young lady to pursue a gentleman, but once I knew his feelings reciprocated my own, why shouldn't I have followed my heart?
Love transcends professional and societal rules.
The mere thought of him was enough to make me blush, but I knew that Madame would never give her blessing. If we wanted to continue, we would have to do so in secret. The summer evenings here are just so beautiful. I often find myself walking around the grounds after my daily duties are complete. And it was one such evening that Luke was waiting for me at the gazebo. He looked ever so handsome. And the poem he had prepared, he had barely started reading and I was already a blubbering mess.
Aww.
Standing there beneath the warm glow of the falling sun, he asked for my hand, and I gave him my heart with no hesitation. Oh, I'm sorry, officer. I've been chattering on for so long. You have much more pressing matters than to listen to me rambling aimlessly.
One should never apologize for such a charming and bewitching story of love. But you are correct. While the culprit still eludes us, my work is not yet complete.
The love of Mademoiselle and Luke's share is obvious, yet she remains respectful of the Madame's ruling, no matter the ridiculous nature of it. I cannot see her defying her code and stealing a bracelet. The investigation continues. I am ready
I
to...
found the culprit and the bracelet.
Everything will be revealed in good time. Would you be so kind as to gather everyone in the lounge?
Of course.
Merci, Mademoiselle Elizabeth, for gathering everyone. Will Madame Van den Bosch be joining us shortly?
She stormed past me not long ago, and I have not seen her return.
Very well. Under usual circumstances, I would wait. But I think we have spent enough time on this matter, n'est-ce pas? We shall have to proceed without her. This morning started like any other. My usual ordinary patrol, until I was approached by Mademoiselle Elizabeth about a suspected burglary and a missing bracelet.
A crime I've been falsely blamed for.
That I shall come to. I began my investigation outside, but it was not long before I realized there were no signs of an intruder. So I turned my focus to those in the house. You, Florette, your time here at the house has not always been the easiest for you, shall we say.
I do what Madame tells me.
And to the highest standard, I presume.
Madame's standards are very high. I do my best.
And you would at least expect fair treatment for the work, not to be spoken to in such a cruel and vicious way.
Monsieur?
I refer to how poorly Madame Van den Bosch treats you. You are at her beck and call, and she does nothing but belittle you.
That is Maman you're talking about. Just wait until...
It is nothing but the truth I speak, mademoiselle. All the while, mademoiselle stands by and does not even notice such cruelty. That must have angered you. Perhaps you thought it was time they deserved some retribution.
Stop trying to put words in her mouth.
I am merely giving her a voice, one that has been silenced for so long.
Maybe I do think she deserves it. She's had the world handed to her on a plate, and the likes of me get nothing.
A motive begins to rear its head.
You're just trying to get me to admit to something. Well, I've done nothing.
Allow me to finish. I am sure you will want to hear what follows. Let us...
I was only trying to help Lizzie.
You must have known how Madame would have reacted to your late return, especially with her prior treatment of you.
She's angry at whatever I do.
But nonetheless, you were willing to help a colleague, a friend, knowing what the repercussions could be. And that show of loyalty to your friend has been the thing that proved your innocence.
Monsieur?
Because of such willingness to help, you were delayed in town, meaning you had no viable way of taking the bracelet from Mademoiselle Angeline's room. There was simply no opportunity.
I told you! Maybe now Madame will believe me.
It is evidence not even she can ignore. Which then leads us to Mademoiselle Elisabeth. Mademoiselle Elisabeth, you have been with the Van den Bosch family for quite some time now, correct?
That is correct.
You have grown close with both ladies of the house and your fellow members of the house staff, would you say?
Of course. And I certainly hope they feel the same. Officer, please.
Elizabeth, what is he talking about?
I am referring to the lengths Mademoiselle Elisabeth has gone to remain in your maman's employment.
It is Madame's house. She can enforce whatever rules she chooses.
Even if they are going against the very nature and cornerstone of man, to love.
I still do not understand.
Perhaps that is best for everyone. It is neither my place nor my want to make this situation any more awkward than it needs to be.
Oh, thank you.
Besides, it was not that story that cleared Mademoiselle Elisabeth's name. Rather, Florette's.
Florette's? But she was not here for most of the morning.
But when she was, more precisely while preparing the table in the lounge, she noted that, against regularity, you arrived alone for breakfast, without Mademoiselle Angeline by your side.
I'm not sure I understand what you mean.
It means that I found myself with two suspects with potential motives. But with a lack of opportunity, I was left with only one. Mademoiselle Angeline.
You can't believe I would hide my own bracelet.
I think it's time for the truth to be told.
The whole truth. Perhaps then we can all understand why you felt your actions were necessary.
I have nothing to say. How dare you speak to me like that? You have no idea what you're talking about.
I know losing your... I know that losing father... Okay. I don't
You
know.
can't actually believe I would hide my own jewelry.
Yes.
If you didn't, explain to me how your memento tin with the bracelet inside came to be lodged inside the chimney of your bedroom fireplace.
You have no proof I put it there.
Besides you being the only one in the room alone, even after finding the bracelet, I still did not know why you had done it. Until I contemplated why Madame was selling so many heirlooms and art.
You had no right to snoop through our house in the first place.
When it is part of my investigation, I have every right, mademoiselle. The unpaid bills and final notice from the telephone company.
Maman can do what she wants with her art. That means nothing.
But when there was no more art to sell, what then? You could not risk her taking your father's bracelet and selling it. So, you staged a burglary pretending it had been taken, preventing her from selling it. Then you stood back as the innocent Florette paid the price.
She didn't think about me at all. She was going to take my bracelet and sell it off. It would have just ended up on some old wrinkly wrist. I didn't think Maman would blame her. I didn't think she would do anything.
But she did. And somehow that evidently didn't cross your mind. When Madame returns, you shall have it all to explain.
Maman can't know what I have done. She will be furious.
But Mademoiselle Florette will be proved innocent. And that is what is important. No crime has been committed, so I see no reason why this should continue any longer. It is time you considered the consequences of your actions. And now, you must face them head on.
Maman, you're home.
Of course I am. And I've brought someone that will bring some order to this chaos.
Here. But I question his authority here at all. In police matters, I am the authority. This is my investigation. I will not have the madame dictating the results any longer.
Major, I can assure you, I have this situation under control.
From what I have heard, you are far from it.
The missing bracelet has been found, and the guilty party has been identified.
I'm well aware that the maidservant was behind it all. And yet I see her standing as free and innocent as you and me.
I am sure Madame Van den Bosch has informed you of her suspicions, but I'm afraid it was merely speculation.
Excuse me?
After conducting a full investigation, the evidence and facts led me to deduce...
This is ridiculous. Why would my daughter hide her own jewelry?
I'm sorry, Maman. He's right. Florette is innocent. I just wanted to show you.
Shh, girl. I will not have you guilted into taking the blame for that sticky-fingered girl. Perhaps it would benefit you to remember you are nothing more than a simple officer of the law.
Perhaps it would have been... Okay.
Officer Poirot. Madame Van den Bosch was forced to make her way to inform me, alone, I might add, of the goings-on at the house today.
Major, with all due respect, she was impeding the investigation.
This may be how some officers act in the city, but here we show respect to our citizens. You are an officer of the law and should act as such. Insubordination like this will not be tolerated.
As the ranking officer, I have conducted my investigation and...
Ranking officer? Ha! You are an auxiliary officer. You have little authority over anyone, let alone a major. You, after what I have heard of your past in the city, I'm sure he would look upon today's events as another failure at the hands of Officer Poirot.
Absurd as this has become. I must select battles more tactfully. I can only hope the captain at the station will see some sense.
Oui, Major.
Now I suggest you do your duty. and escort the maidservant to the station where she can be formally charged and a sufficient punishment handed out.
Right away.
But we just fucking did everything correctly.
I'm sorry, mademoiselle. This is not the outcome I expected.
Maman was right. We'll always pay the price for the upper class's actions.
We will do everything we can to clear your name.
What can you do now? Madame said I'm guilty of a crime and I'll be punished. That's that.
A crime that was never committed. Once the truth is explained, this wrong shall be set right.
Angeline did not intend for you to be arrested. Surely you know her better than that.
I should have known better than to expect anything else. Justice and fairness don't reach the likes of me.
The lady has... I shall not allow the punishment to continue.
What you saw today was not justice. In the eyes of the law, you are innocent and have been harshly treated and wrongly accused. No one will be going to jail.
But that doesn't help my employment, does it?
That I cannot save. But your freedom, I shall make sure of that.
I feel like an imposter dressed in police clothing. I was brought here today as a representative of the law, and any shred of authority I had dashed at the hands of the major. I refuse to allow the justice to waver, and therefore become nothing more than the hand of those who wish to play it, as when they choose. This is not the first time I've seen the law bent to fit one's purpose, but it certainly be the last time I will fail to stop. So regardless, we got everything correct, and she still got arrested. Well, not arrested. He's...
Detective Poirot, I trust this finds you well. It has been many years since our paths last crossed, and while I'm sure your recollection of the events may differ from mine, I hope that receiving this letter has not rekindled a sense of animosity toward myself or the Van der Bosch name. The impression you made is something that has stayed with me since that day. It compelled me to reconsider the spoilt young lady I would have inevitably become and helped shape me into the woman I wished to be. You made me see the childish and selfish girl in me that did not consider the consequences of her actions or how they may affect others. Although Maman may see the events of that day differently, I believe the compassion you showed for our mate Florette, as well as the drive to uncover the truth and accept no alternative, was a testament to your character and professionalism. Although I wish it were under different circumstances, your assistance is once again required, and I hope you will consider this as my formal request for your service. This forthcoming weekend was due to be one full of joy and happiness at the announcement of my engagement to Gideon Demire, whom I love dearly, bringing together two illustrious families, but it has been shadowed by deceit, extortion, and blackmail. The Van der Bosch name is being held to ransom by a mysterious party, and I am afraid I do not know who I can and cannot trust. We are holding a small gathering to celebrate our exciting news with what Maman calls the dignified elite, those that are well respected and held in high regard in both our close inner circle and society. Our private matters have always remained just that, so I fear one of those invited may be the person who is out to ruin our name, but for reasons I cannot fathom. I have enclosed a first-class rail ticket for you to join us for the announcement, and having contacted your superiors and the correct authorities to request your assistance, which they were more than happy to grant me, I shall expect your arrival with great anticipation. There shall be a carriage waiting for you at the station to bring you directly to Mnemosyne House. I thank you in advance in our time of crisis. Yours respectfully, Angeline van der Bosch.
So this is with us now not being such a young little officer. That's crazy. Chapter 1, The Blackmail. I have finally arrived. My priority is to get out of this bitter cold before I freeze completely. Must not get distracted by celebrations. I was brought here to uncover the identity of Mademoiselle's blackmailer. That's exactly what I shall do. Okay. A moment longer in this weather and my fingers would have become too cold to even knock.
Bonjour. My name is Hercule Poirot. I am here at the invitation of Mademoiselle Angeline.
What? Oh. Here she comes. Give me just a second, guys. I'm going to take a break. There we go. Coco won't go outside unless I go outside, so forgive me for that, guys.
Ah, Detective Poirot. We have been expecting you. Please come in from
Come
this
on, Coco
frightful
Mel.
cold.
Merci. I don't think I would have lasted much longer out here before turning into an icicle.
Welcome. I am Archibald Sterling, the head butler. Please accept my apologies. I have a rather pressing matter, but I will see that you are attended to immediately.
Do not trouble yourself on my behalf. I'm sure I am more than capable of finding my room. I shall straighten myself up and be ready to join the party.
There is no rush, Detective. Dinner will not be served for some time. So please, make yourself comfortable. Once you have settled in, I am sure that Miss Angeline will be happy to see you. She has been eager for your arrival. She's not been herself recently. You will be staying on the first floor. I believe your room is one of the two on the west side of the house.
Merci. I am sure we shall speak again soon.
Kokomo! Coco!
Huh.
Tonight's arrivals have written small signed messages. The male guests are based in the East Wing.
Bonjour. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Detective Hercule Poirot.
Detective, I hope you're not here for me.
Goddamn royal pain in the butt.
Not that I am aware of. Should I be?
Ha! Ha ha! Not often you meet a detective with a sense of humor. I'm Zakaria Demir, but you can call me Zach.
Judging by the smell of alcohol, I would say he began celebrations already and is likely to be this friendly with everyone. Have you had a chance to congratulate the happy couple?
If I had seen them, maybe I would have. It is meant to be their celebration, but they're always off, dealing with something or other.
Something or other? A rather vague expression.
Let's just say they like to keep their cards close to their chest. For such a well-known family, I'm surprised they can keep anything hidden.
Would you care to elaborate on what Mademoiselle may be hiding?
I'd rather not. You're the detective, isn't that your job?
Très bien, Monsieur Demir.
Perhaps I should keep my occupation and reason for being here to myself from now on. At least I fear it may derail my initial introductions.
You'll be lucky. I've been waiting for a refill for ages. I came out here to find someone myself.
Ah, I see. The preparations for this evening's dinner must have taken precedence.
I've seen that butler running around like a madman, but there is still no party to speak of. It's pretty clear they need to hire a few more hands.
I shall take up no more of your time. À bientôt.
A dining room. Being a snoop, because that's what my job is.
Aha. Huh.
Budget-looking gentleman, he doesn't appear to be related to the family. Okay. It's because I'm a snoop and I have to look at everything.
Oh.
Chance to play is very tempting, but I shall save myself the embarrassment.
Oh.
It's quite valuable and delicate. I shall resist the temptation to inspect it further.
Ah.
A roaring fire. I could stand and gaze into the flames for hours.
Hmm.
Interesting looking piece of stationery. Appears to be rather delicate. I love our bright red shoes. An auctioneer's receipt. I hope Madame isn't finding it necessary to sell her belongings.
Ah.
A painting of the valley with a series of beautiful cliffs. The scenery is truly breathtaking.
Hmm.
I can hear music from inside. This must room already have a residence, perhaps and others that arrived before me.
Huh.
Beautiful composed painting of seven saints. Madame has quite an eye for striking artwork. Nope. Did I just break into someone's room?
Oh.
No. So we literally just walked into someone's room.
Aha.
Falling snow has laid a beautiful white blanket over the countryside surrounds the house.
Huh.
So I went into someone's room.
Aha.
Hide a woman's modesty while changing. Me, I forget the front door is open.
Huh.
She didn't want to get up here. She looked at me like I was a evil woman putting her on the bed. But she wanted to lay in the living room around the corner so I couldn't see her. And we know how well that goes. Can't trust her. A painting of the sun rising over town sadly appears to have some water damage.
Oh.
Okay, so I'm going to assume that's their room.
Oh.
I'm not sure how I'd fare coming face to face with such a beast.
Hmm.
I don't need to venture into this part of the house just yet.
Oh.
Time and skill it takes to build such a wonderful piece. It's an art form.
Hmm.
Don't need to venture to this part of the house just yet. I know, but if I don't look at everything.
Oh.
Plants lean and rely on each other to survive, something we as a species can learn from. Okay, I thought they said the first floor.
Oh.
There's no more rooms. We looked at... That room's taken. This is a female room. Okay. And we walked all the way around here, and there's no rooms down here either.
I cannot see the logic in this.
Oops. So... Okay, wait, but where's my room? Okay, so it says the West Wing. So if that's the West Wing over there, this would be the East, but there's no rooms.
Huh. Ah.
Okay.
Order and method. That... This will not get me any...
I'm just confused.
I must act on thought and fact.
Okay, so I'm not... Oh, this... This one?
I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
Ah, okay. The butler would use his scrutiny to him, but on this occasion, I must find my own way.
Some would say a lucky guess. I would say a moment of genius.
It appears as though I'm staying in a very feminine room. Perhaps there has been some confusion. Well, probably this and this, I'm gonna assume.
The pieces of the puzzle are finally coming together.
It's clear flustered with his task. It appears he sent me to the wrong room. Okay, so this should be the room, right? The card hidden under the pillow indicates Hugo would like Mrs. Conrad to speak with him in ASAP. It appears Monsieur Sterling has given me the wrong room. This one has been made up for Jacqueline Conrad. No matter, I should have found my chamber myself. Inspect the ground floor. Because I'm like, what am I missing? My red shoes look so funny. With our red socks. Statement piece though. Mademoiselle Angela is here. The sooner I learn about the blackmail, the quicker she can return to celebrating her happy news. I'm also eager to hear what Mademoiselle Elizabeth and what has become of young Floret.
Mademoiselle Angeline, it is a pleasure to see you again.
Detective, how wonderful you are here. Your travel was not too arduous, I hope?
Watching from my carriage window, I saw the beautiful countryside and rolling hills. It was anything but taxing.
I'm truly thankful you could make it here at such late notice.
No thanks are required, mademoiselle. When one is requested personally, there is nothing more important.
Gideon and I only wanted a small dinner to celebrate our engagement, but Maman was adamant on throwing this party. It may have been her idea, but it's the staff that have made it happen. Their efforts do not go unnoticed, from me at least. They have been with us for so long. I do my best to make sure they are happy and content.
Mademoiselle has made a remarkable transformation from selfish spoiled brat to gracious young woman I see before me. Although I must solve this case alone, Mademoiselle's insight might be a great assistance through my investigation.
Oh, detective, I'm afraid I just don't know.
She was quite adamant at the police station that she would not be returning to the house, but I assumed she would at least collect her belongings.
Maman demanded that Elizabeth pack up everything she had and dispose of it.
As if the poor girl had not already lost enough.
But I couldn't let that happen. Elizabeth and I took her belongings, what little there was of them, to a friend of hers in the town that Elizabeth knew of. But not even she had heard from her. Only Maman, Elizabeth, my beloved Gideon, and you, of course.
And what is your fiancé's opinion of the letters?
Coco, you're a terrible guard dog. What if some random lady was coming into our room? Jeez. You guys are terrible guard dogs. Terrible.
He thinks me foolish for paying the first one if there is no secret to reveal. But
you believe there may be a secret lurking. One that Maman is herself keeping hidden.
she tells me nothing. Even though I'm a grown woman on the verge of marriage, she still treats me like the child I once was.
Perhaps it is out of love that she protects you. It is in every mother's nature to protect their young from hurt.
The relationship between Madame and Mademoiselle is obviously far from perfect. She should treasure the time she has with Mademoiselle before she's wed and has flown an S.
Not a single person. I don't know anyone that would stoop so low.
The guests that will be joining us tonight, they are ones you can trust?
I hope so, Detective. Before the letters arrived, I would not have thought twice about it.
They are all close friends of yours, I assume.
Friends and colleagues. Gideon has spoken positively about them. It would be a rather underhanded tactic to do such a thing to someone you are doing business with.
Nazmal seems naive to the nature of business. It can be ruthless and unapologetic. Perhaps she should not overlook them as suspects as quickly as Mademoiselle has.
I wanted to contact her, but I had no address or telephone number.
Surely Madame must have had some information when she employed her.
You saw how Maman was. As soon as Fleurette was out of sight of the house, it was as though she had never been there at all. Elizabeth was most upset at the news Fleurette would not be returning.
And your mama's choice to ignore her accountability for the girl stopped you searching.
Please, detective, you cannot make me feel any worse than I already do. If I could go back and live that day again, you must believe me, I would never have done it.
Has finally accepted the responsibility and is remorseful for her action that day and the consequences that followed. I am pleased to see maturity in her, but that is not.
Yes, Maman has quite a collection, although they are not all to my taste. Most, in fact.
The painting of the saints, in particular, it is quite exquisite. Is it connected to the house in some way?
The one in the hall? If you look above your bedroom door, you will see one of their names. I believe they were originally carved to watch over the occupants.
Merci, mademoiselle. I shall find you if there is anything further I need.
No, Minnie.
Come, my little grey cells. Is there something I am not?
Poirot actually is an English-speaking Frenchman.
What a revelation!
It appears the family's financial situation is much the same as last time I saw them. Can I confirm this? Oh, okay, so we gotta talk to Gideon.
Things are beginning to become clearer.
Especially since Agatha Christie is English.
Went to sleep.
I do believe she's from the UK. Well, was from the UK.
Levitating. More special attack. Nice. Less special defense. It's okay. It's good. It's good. It's good. Okay.
You must be Detective Poirot. Welcome. Allow me to introduce myself. Gideon Demir.
The fiancé to Mademoiselle Angeline. The pleasure is all mine.
Angeline spoke so highly of you. It sounds as though you are the man that can sort this terrible mess out.
I am, monsieur. You have my word.
Mostly friends of the family. A couple of business associates of mine. Quite a mix from all walks of life.
With regards to the blackmailing, can they be trusted, or should they be considered suspects?
Angeline is struggling to trust anyone right now, but Madame van den Bosch, as it is her house, thought it was best for us to have them all present.
And they will all be staying in the house?
Yes, it is a rather full house. All 6 guests will be staying on this floor. The family resides on the 2nd floor. As does Felix.
I will be sure to speak with them all. However, I will keep my identity and purpose for being here hidden, at least until I have made my initial introductions.
I'm afraid that ship may have already sailed. Once the Comtesse gets wind of something, a detective coming to the house, for example, you can bet everyone will know. She tries her best to keep everyone else happy, but I can see it is taking its toll.
Quite understandable. She is feeling the burden of the family that is not hers to carry.
Angeline has spoken with her mother. She has asked if there is anything that could be used against her, but she was just so dismissive.
Well, that'll be fun. I want to play it so badly, but I will wait. I'm being patient.
And what are your thoughts on the matter?
I do not want to overstep my position, but if there is something that could damage not only the Van den Bosch name, but our future, Angeline deserves to know.
That is a very diplomatic answer.
You have met Madame. You know it is best to not get on her wrong side.
True. I have, and Monsieur Canina is wise to select his battles carefully when the Madame is concerned.
As far as I'm aware, everything is in order. From what I understand, the late Viscount had made some questionable investments.
No, I said
but
I
that
want
is all
to
in the past.
get it, but I am not going to get it anytime soon.
And regarding the payment of the blackmail?
Angeline does not have to worry about money anymore. I was born into some wealth, and I have earned my own fortune. You are very observant, detective. You would be wise to keep that perceptive nature while you're here.
I'm sure you are correct, but I'd like to return to your feelings towards the Major.
He has been a good friend to Madame van den Bosch over the years, but that does not make him a good man, or suitable to involve himself in family affairs.
Monsieur Canine has not said anything to you about the Major, but it sounds as though he's questioned the Major's intentions in the house.
Merci, monsieur. I shall leave you to prepare for tonight's celebrations.
Alright, so...
I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
Looks like the family have finally got back on track with their money problems. Great to hear. So if that's the case, why is there money? Why was there a tag on the base?
I must take a different approach if I am to uncover the truth.
Yes.
Magnifique.
All the first floor rooms are kind of perhaps the missing door is sitting elsewhere.
Is there something I am not seeing? I cannot see the logic in this. Perhaps a... Order and method. That is the way...
Yes, he was written by Agatha Christie, who has also wrote famous detectives such as Miss Marple.
A
Another success.
which is one of my
I
favorites.
never doubted myself.
I love watching those old Miss Marple. I love Agatha Christie.
Aha. Ah.
So one of the things is missing. But there's another show that I absolutely love. I know that a lot of people would probably laugh. Is Father Brown. If you have not watched Father Brown, and you like a good murder mystery, kind of idyll. Oh, Father Brown's really good. Okay, so what am I needing to do? Talk to Gideon. And the old Miss Marple are really good.
This will not get me any closer to my goal. Some would say a lucky guess.
There must be rooms for tonight's evening. They must be locked for a good reason.
I must take a different approach if I am to...
Okay, so...
I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
Madame standards have dropped. The staff must be working hard to finalize preparations. Talk to... Oh, we need to talk to this guy again. This artist.
Detective. It looks as though I might be out here all weekend. What can I do for you? I'm a guest. I shouldn't have to go around chasing them.
Yeah, see, thankfully we never do those in like
Perhaps the
Discord
party
days,
preparation is more of a priority.
because if you saw some of the weird stuff I watch, you guys would probably be like,
It's not my fault they aren't
"What's wrong
ready.
with this broad?"
Why don't I wait here while you check in the butler's pantry in the east corridor? I think I saw a maid go in there earlier.
I shall take up no more of your time. À bientôt.
East corridor. I don't know. You guys would probably. I might actually. Oh, look at who it'd be. Elizabeth. The guy has a. Elizabeth. seem to be anything of interest here. None does for right now.
Ah, Mademoiselle Elizabeth. What a pleasure to see you again.
Detective Poirot, I'm so glad you could make it.
Unfortunately, it is not purely for pleasure that I am here. Mademoiselle Angeline requires my attention professionally.
Yes, Angeline has told me. I'm glad she called upon you, Detective. I've been rather worried about her.
I will do everything I can to find the blackmailer and bring them to justice.
I have every faith in you.
I hope I am not interrupting you.
We're all very busy, as I'm sure you can imagine. After I'm done, I can come to your room and help you with any further questions.
I'm rather embarrassed to say I'm having trouble locating
No one
my
escorted you. I'm so sorry. Everyone is just so frantic at the moment. Madame has requested all staff prepare for this evening.
And you have been tasked with jobs in the pantry. Surely your talents could be used elsewhere.
I do as Madame asks. Well, as Archie asks.
Monsieur Sterling. Yes, I met him when I arrived. A charming gentleman. He did give me some rather vague instructions to find my room, though.
I can only apologise on his behalf. He would be mortified. I'm afraid I cannot be of much more help, but I believe you are located next to Mr. De Silva. By all means, the house is yours to explore.
I suppose I should not take my store's certain lack of direction personally, considering the amount of work the staff has been tasked with. At least for now, I have the permission to further roam the house. I'm glad to see Mademoiselle Angeline has not allowed
Yes, I'm afraid it may be all for show, though.
Oh, shit.
She has not been herself, and it is not only I that have noticed.
Madame Vandenbosch. Surely it must have had some effect on her.
Madame has carried on as though nothing has happened. She has never been one to show emotion, and she doesn't seem to notice how it has affected Angeline. The staff, on the other hand... Angeline means no harm, but there have been some instances recently where she has acted rather sharply with them.
I hope not too sharply. A house of two Madame Vandenbosches would surely be too much for anyone.
Ah yes, guests are requested to sign the book when arriving. I believe it gives details to the guests' room locations.
It stated the male guests are to be staying in the east wing.
Yes, Madame does not believe in male and female guests residing beside one another. Oh, yes, well, I'm afraid it is far from a happy ending. Luke is sadly no longer with us.
Oh.
Oh, mademoiselle, I was not aware.
It's fine, Detective, honestly. I'm sorry, but I really must finish this.
Bien sûr, mademoiselle.
For a man that had his mind so brilliant and astute, have made an easy job of embarrassing myself. Let this be a reminder to use one's grace all before speaking.
Merci, mademoiselle.
Pleasure is mine, Detective.
Well, how are we supposed to know they didn't get married? It says inspect the room, but there's nothing left to inspect. We've looked at everything. What are you doing, Link? Right, that's what it says. It says inspect the butler's pantry. But I don't see any...
Before you leave, Detective, I have something for you beside the furnace here from Angeline. She wanted me to give it to you on your arrival.
Merci, mademoiselle.
Now, I need to head out the door. Second letter, acknowledged payment from previous blackmail letter. Mademoiselle, you were wise to take me seriously. You brought my silence for the moment, at least. Your family's privacy obviously means a great deal to you. If you're willing to pay to keep your secret hidden and continue to pay, you will. Will your mama be as willing to part with her wealth? You will bring the second parcel with another 5... Oh. You have done your family a service by keeping this arrangement to yourself. I'm sure I don't want to have to tell you what happens when the police are involved, and I hope it will not come to that. Okay.
What a revelation!
Can't ignore the contents. The same style of pen that wrote the letter is present in the house.
Of course, Detective. What is it?
I noticed a rather eccentric-looking pin in the hall.
I would not say it in front of the Major, but it is rather hideous. It was a gift from him to Madame from his time overseas. I don't think it even has the capability of writing.
A pen that does not write is like a fish that cannot swim.
As Angeline describes it, a useless ornament. It's the thought that counts, I suppose.
Yeah, and if anybody likes this kind of stuff and doesn't know anything about Hercule of Poirot, recently... Goodness gracious, I just forgot his name. What the heck? So, I'm very excited because a new one's coming out. Jeez Louise, how did I just forget the actor's name? That was just like, it was literally there on the top, on my brain. So, oh, there we go. So, it is, Kenneth, oh, what's his last name? Kenneth Braggy? I just love his stuff. And, like, Johnny Depp was in it, Juliet, goodness gracious, I can't remember anybody's names to save my life today. And then there's The Haunting, or The Death on the Nile, which has Gail Gadot, who was, Wonder Woman. She's in it, and then I think I posted in Discord The Haunting of Venice, which I'm so excited. Like, I love those kind of movies. There was even one that had Meryl Streep in it that was recent, The Cricket House. So there's lots if you're interested in any of these.
Mademoiselle.
Plus all the original old, which my favorite book of all time, and my favorite, not only my favorite book, but one of my favorite movies and favorite Wii game. It was a Wii game. I want to play it so badly. And then there was none.
Pleasure is mine, Detective.
And if I had a Wii, I would play that game. I would play that game on stream so badly. Should ask Mag
What
if
can
he
I
could
help
get
you
it
with,
working.
Detective? I was right to pay it, yes? You have read them. What do you think?
You were wise to consult me, but bowing to their threat may have only shown that you are willing to pay for their silence. Is the secret they speak of worth so much?
I wish I could, but I have no idea. The letter was addressed to me, but I have nothing to hide. Maman took one look at it and disregarded the whole thing as someone's idea of a joke.
She looked at it. She is not aware of the second letter.
She doesn't know I paid the first. I thought I could make it all go away.
Did you ask Madame if there was a family secret they could be privy to?
She said I was to ignore the letters and stop wasting my time with such foolishness. If there was something, she wouldn't tell me anyway.
It appears Mademoiselle believes her Mama's attempt to brush away the serious nature of this letters is little.
I couldn't ask Maman for the money. She was angry that I had even considered paying it. Gideon offered to help.
Pardon, did he not think you foolish for pay?
He did, but he said he couldn't stand by and watch me in so much distress.
How honorable.
We are soon to be married, Detective. A loving partnership that faces their troubles together. They are his words.
I did not mean anything by it, mademoiselle. You have found yourself a husband that will stand by your side and do what must be done to protect you. I am most pleased for you.
As you would expect, she has been in quite a state. It was such a terrible accident. She kept it to herself for almost a week before she even told me.
Pardon, how could you not know? Surely his absence from the house was noticed.
Maman fired him after he returned to the house. She said he could not be trusted.
But Mademoiselle Elizabeth's position was kept?
I begged Maman for them both, but she said if he was willing to go behind her back, what else
Take a
could he
little
do?
nap. I'm falling asleep in there. Go ahead, enjoy your nap.
Falling in love is a far cry from committing even the smallest crime, n'est-ce pas?
She has been a kind shoulder to lean on through all this mess, but it is her I worry about. She has been through so much.
I was not aware of what had happened, and by mentioning, I fear I may have only made it worse by dredging up the past.
Do not punish yourself, Detective. You are not to know. I don't think your honest mistake will make much difference to how she has been feeling recently.
Of my boy. Aww.
Merci.
Very rare he
mademoiselle.
talks about his.
I shall find you if there is anything further I need.
I must act on thought and fact. Come, my little grey cells. We must think.
That's not this. Oh no, those are connected.
Order and method. That is.
Okay, I'm like. I start to think I knew. Oh.
Another success. I never doubted myself.
I'm concerned not only for Angeline but also their positions at the house, but extend to their knowledge of the matter. Oh, is the staff aware? Okay. See those? I sometimes get it and sometimes I don't get the connections.
Magnifique.
Once.
Is there us something. I must take a different approach if I am to
Okay, so not right. Okay. Nope. Why do I always do that? I'm trying to think here. This is a lot of thinking for me. My little brain.
The pieces
Oh,
of the
there we go,
puzzle
okay.
are finally coming together.
Losing a loved one, not only having a close friend to talk to, would be difficult for anyone. Alright, so we need to... We're just talking to everybody.
Detective, it looks as though I might be out here all weekend. What can I do for you? Is that what he said? I can barely understand most of what he says with that accent.
There's one more Vin Rogue away from being an
I
intelligent.
find his accent rather pleasant, reassuring.
I guess. Not too helpful when it comes to finding your room, though. You'll probably be the lucky one that has that hideous plant outside the door.
I shall take up no more of your time. À bientôt.
Please, ask away, detective. Angeline has spoken of it. You made quite the impression on her, detective.
I feel responsible for what came from that day. Florette's dismissal and Luke's.
It is not your fault. Madame Vandenbosch does not like it when her rules or authority are undermined. I try to explain to Angeline the same, but her guilt has not left her.
Did you whine at me? What do you need? What's wrong? Coco. What's wrong? Are you okay? You okay? What's wrong? You whined at me. What are you whining about? What's wrong? Are you stuck? You get unstuck? Hold on. You stuck? What are you whining about? You sound like that. What's wrong? What's wrong? You need help? You stuck? Coco got stuck between the wall and the bed. Alright.
I suppose you think I was unwise to pay it?
I am glad Mademoiselle requested my help before you fell further out of pocket.
Madame van den Bosch had no intentions of paying it. Whether she believes there is a secret that could ruin the family, or not.
It was an honorable move for you to make the payment. It was certainly no small fee.
Angeline is to be my wife, and then we shall be family. As far as I am concerned, my money is our money.
Merci, monsieur. I shall leave you to prepare for tonight's celebrations.
Okay, so let's go back to the
This will not get me any closer. I must act on thought and... Come, my little grey cells.
maybe that's why.
Things are beginning to become clearer.
She was trying to do good even though the dismissals weren't entirely her fault.
I cannot see the logic in this. Bah. Come, my little grey cells.
No.
What a revelation!
Okay, so she did try to. Says she never intended for Florette to be fired. I believe her. Angeline wanted to help Florette. It's certain not happy news I was expecting. Mademoiselle Elizabeth lost her beloved Luke, and the young Florette maidservant has not been seen ever with the Mademoiselle Angeline's effort. At least it appears the family have survived their financial difficulties. Oh, so that one's done. Okay. So we still need to inspect the east rooms. So can we go into these rooms now? Yes.
Huh.
Zach's, I presume his very expensive luggage, his room faces the background.
Oh. Ah.
Planet striking and full of color, it really draws one's attention in a positive way. Sounds like a speech, perhaps we'll hear this later. Okay, so.
Huh.
Time and skill it takes to build such a wonderful piece. It's an art form. So let's try the other one. What are you doing? Sorry guys, give me just a second. Coco keeps whining. I don't know what she's whining about, so give me just a second. Sorry about that. Trying to. You found the what?
Oh.
Oh, did you? Yeah. And I put a new one in. I like. Yeah, she just keeps randomly whining. And I don't know why.
Hmm.
So, Poirot. Poirot. It's his first cases. She's not doing it because. What are you doing over there? First. No, I unstuck her 3 times now. But every time. Anytime I turn this way, I hear. So I don't know if she's trying to get my attention or what. Finding I found my chambers. Although the journey was long than expected, the destination's really quite charming. I should make myself familiar with my new surroundings. Wonder if I will get a chance to catch up on my reading whilst I'm here. Stay here. So she just. Of course, now she won't do it because I asked you to come in here. Roaring fire, I could stand and gaze into the flames for hours. Well, you were busy doing stuff and I interrupted you.
Aha.
The snow was limited the view of the window, but I'm certain it has a beauty of its own. Oh, someone's got an itchy butt. Someone's got an itchy butt. But I can't figure out why she, even for a detective like me and myself, finding this room was quite a new task. The house may hold more secrets than expected. No, I didn't realize that was going to solve that one. That's Elizabeth.
Elizabeth, thank you for coming. I shall not take up too much more of your precious time.
Not at all, Detective. I had best not be away for too long. Madame would not be pleased when there is so much work to do.
Well, mademoiselle, if anyone was to ask, I required your urgent attention with a delicate matter. That should be enough to give you a moment's peace.
Thank you, Detective.
Huh? Did she make any noise? Kokomo! Kokomo! What are you doing? Are you stuck? Can I assume you were aware of the probable blackmail ring in the area?
I have heard whispers, but this town is full of busybodies. It's hard to know what is the truth and what is hot air from socialites trying to outdo one another.
I would not have thought you want to join in with such chatter.
You see how they made him look in this game? This is his first cases, so when he was a young detective.
I'm not, but it can be hard to ignore. I try to quash any talk of it in the house, but it's easier said than done. When the staff are together, it seems to be a competition to see who can dream up the most scandalous rumour.
Fair.
You are a loyal maid and friend. Mademoiselle Angeline is fortunate to have you.
It baffles me why they would target her in the first place. She has such a kind and pure soul. That may not be what you remember of Mademoiselle, but she has grown into a kind-hearted young lady.
What are you doing? Did I bring Grandma in here and now you're not whining? She can't even freaking be bothered.
I was wary of that when I arrived, but I myself can see a change in her, a maturity. And if it is as kind and pure as you have stated, she should not be troubled by the letter.
I went to push myself up on the chair and it broke off.
Letters, Detective. I brought you the other.
Huh? Nope. It is completely ripped off. Mademoiselle Van de Bosch. You do not know me, but I know you and your family very well. For years you have stood high on your pedestal, attending parties, living the lifestyle of upper class, a life that you weren't born into at all. All while hiding a sordid secret that would tarnish the Van de Bosch name forever. Once a respected family with morals, nobility, but now you rely on riches and jewelry to show your worth, or worth that is not deserved, even residing in the home that was entombed under your lies, but not for long. For your secret remained intact, that takes a small brown parcel filled with 5,000 francs addressed to Monsieur Dupont to the Barber and Sons cobbler before sundown on Friday. If you do as requested, this would be the last you'll hear from me. You will be able to return to your life as stolen wealth, except if you refuse, be sure to have the name Van den Bosch will be all the whisper of lips for years to come.
I have tried to tell her not to think any more on them, but she fears that even a fabricated story could ruin the family name. She even frets at what it may do to her engagement.
I can't believe she's
I have met Monsieur Demire, and I cannot see his love for Angeline diminishing at something so trivial. Merci for bringing this letter to me.
Might be a link. Link! Oh, there you are. I'm sorry, buddy. I didn't see ya. Sorry, buddy. Can't turn that far in this chair. Mademoiselle Angéline worries so much about the family name, but the Mademoiselle Elizabeth's telling she has nothing to worry about, at least from her own perspective. Perhaps the secret does not directly concern Angéline at all. She is merely an easy target.
Merci, mademoiselle.
Pleasure is mine, Detective.
Okay, so let's think about this. So is it this?
Is there something I am not... This will not get me any...
Blackmail or wishes they leave this?
I must act on thought and fact.
Okay, apparently everybody's gonna be screaming at me later, like, lady. Oh, I did not see that.
Some would say a lucky guess. I would say a moment of genius.
Staff members that are aware of the blackmail could possibly know the reason why. It appears the Van Dosh secret may not be a secret at all. The house staff may know about the blackmailer is holding over the family.
Of course, Detective. What is it?
Do you know where Mademoiselle Angéline is now?
She will no doubt be with Master Gideon. The party was just beginning when I came upstairs.
That is my cue to make a grand entrance. Am I presentable enough for the creme of society?
Quite handsome, Detective.
Merci. If you catch me snoring, please poke me in the ribs.
I will use Madame's sharpest poker.
It sounds as though someone else may have already been poked.
Oh, shit. Oh, we're at chapter 2. The altercation. What is going on here?
Ladies and gentlemen, please, if you would be so kind to return to the party.
With all this excitement out here,
I believe that is an end to the excitement, as you put it, Monsieur Demire.
It's hardly the job of a detective to resolve domestic arguments, but under the circumstances, perhaps this is more to it. I should speak with the major outside.
Oh, thank God. One last match.
Bonjour, Monsieur Hagen.
I wondered when you would be arriving. At least now you can do your job.
Pardon, Monsieur.
I have just been assaulted. I want him arrested.
I'm afraid it is not as simple as that. I merely witnessed you standing up from the ground.
This is ridiculous. You know very well what he did.
Perhaps you could elaborate on what instigated the altercation.
I should have known you wouldn't make things easy.
Well, of course, because we're a proper fucking detective, unlike you. It's clear the major is still outraged by what just happened, but I must learn what caused such an escalation into physical violence.
I have met Monsieur Demire. He does not seem one to physically assault someone unless provoked.
I hope you're not implying that I started it.
I am only stating what I have seen.
I was having a private conversation with Angeline when he interrupted and struck me. That is all there is to know.
The major is still the same man that I met all these years ago. I'm sure he will remain defensive and blame for the altercation would fall solely on Demire. Perhaps the best approach would be to act, though, as I'm on the major side.
The content of my conversation is not your concern. What should be is that a man has been physically assaulted in his own home.
I understood this to be Nemozine House, the Vandenbosch residence. Am I mistaken?
And I reside here. My home is not what is being questioned right now.
You have grown rather close with the Vandenbosch family, it seems.
What has my relationship with the family got to do with anything? Why are you even here, officer?
Detective. And I was invited by Mademoiselle Angeline personally.
Seems to be mistake after mistake with that girl. Of course I do. What a stupid question. He is scum. Him and his whole family. If I had my way, he wouldn't have even stepped foot in this house. Officer Poirot, are you going to do something about him or not?
It is Detective Poirot. And if you refuse to answer my questions, I do not see how I can continue.
I just don't know what she sees in him. Angeline could do so much better. I don't think she realizes what she is getting herself into. I can't imagine her living a happy life with that rogue.
I see. Merci, monsieur, for your honest opinion, whether I agree or not. I shall leave you to your cigar and return to the party.
You uncovered a secret memory from the major. Oh. It is not often a violent altercation happens at a celebration such as this. I should investigate why it started. Oh, we have a new one. What are you doing, Kokomo? You weirdo. This party is already filled with more drama than most, and it's barely begun. I requested here to find a blackmailer, but perhaps the altercation is connected somehow.
Monsieur Sterling, I trust the preparations are progressing since our last meeting.
Please, Detective. Archibald is fine. Everything is in order now. Are you ready to join the party?
You are head butler of this house. It is a position that warrants respect, and I shall continue to give it, Monsieur Sterling. And I must admit, it is the smell from the kitchen that has my attention more than the party itself.
Rehana is quite the cook, but it will still be some time. Maybe you'd like to enjoy a drink while you wait. Some of the guests are already in the salon to your left, and the remaining guests are in the library on the first floor.
I will be sure to explore both. Merci.
Dinner will be served in the dining room, but the rest of the evening is yours to enjoy.
You have all certainly been working hard, it seems.
Very hard. The lady of the house wanted everything a certain way, and that's how it was to be done.
Can I help you? Your brother's right here. Come here, Link. Get up here.
It is my responsibility to look after the house and staff, not to
Are you
resolve
stuck?
petty disputes.
You are stuck. Kokomo. I literally just unstuck her from the wall, and what does she do? She re-sticks herself back in that spot.
I cannot imagine he will be in any mood to attend the party.
He often has a cigar to calm down. And if that doesn't relax him, that temperature outside surely
Hi,
will.
Bodhi.
Merci. You have been most helpful.
Oh, meet the other guests and uncover their connections to the family. It's time I met my fellow guests of the party. They all have connection to the family in some respect. And although they are here to join in the celebration, perhaps one of them has a more sinister motive. Alright, so first floor library. Did we go by a library? Oh, what's this? Staff rota for the evening. 4 people are assigned. Is that enough sense to proceed with tonight's events? Archibald, Elizabeth, Inga, Rhea. Oh shit. The staff live and work in this house with the Van Den Bosch family. Not be surprising for them to know more the family would expect or want. I'm just lurking playing my waifu game. You're fine. Today's a kind of a lurking day because I'm playing a really chill game. So, butler's pantry, staff's quarters. But it is kind of a lurking day. So lurk away, guys. As long as I don't have to keep getting Kokomo unstuck, we should be doing very good. Some information regarding a shelter for women coming from a troubled homes and background. Why is that there? Interesting. What was I gonna say? I will be posting this on YouTube later. Since I can't post yesterday's stream. So yesterday, it was funny because Nini and Minnie kept saying they couldn't hear Dragon. But I could hear Dragon through my stream perfectly. Well, when I went back to watch the VOD, I couldn't hear half of me talking. And they said I was talking just fine. So it was very, very confusing. I don't know what happened, what went wrong. It's very weird. So,
I told you, you're barking up the wrong tree. I'm not a reporter. But you're going to want to hear this. You could interview me now.
And why would I want to spend my evening doing that?
The world needs to know. You want to sell papers, I want the truth to be known. Win-win.
I came here to enjoy myself, not to hear a second-string version of...
I was there. I saw the whole thing, including who was ruining the show.
All right, I'll bite. Let's talk later.
Bonjour. Are you a guest of Mademoiselle Angeline or Monsieur Demire?
Do I know you?
Where are my manners? I am Hercule Poirot.
The lawman.
Oui, monsieur. Detective Poirot. And you are?
Ernesto da Silva.
A pleasure, monsieur.
I'm a man of business.
Okay, that's good.
I see. Is there a particular area of business that is your focus?
Overseas investments, international relations. I also own a number of factories in the city.
In a few words, this may be more like drawing blood from a stone than a back and forth conversation.
Très bien. Monsieur has many talents.
I did. But frankly, I have no time for childish school fights.
You are not aware of the circumstances that started it then?
I heard something about a cigar. Only Felix would be petty enough to get riled up by something so menial.
A cigar?
Yes, Monsieur Demire had one of Felix's precious cigars. If you ask me, they won't be the real thing anyway. Distinguished gentleman. It was two alpha males going head to head. Master Gideon came out the victor.
I like this guy already.
Surely we have passed the days where shows of unnecessary brute strength impress anyone.
When it comes to the protection of a woman, we are far from it. Man will always return to their most primitive form.
That's fair.
Mademoiselle Angeline, the Major has no place to feel threatened. Monsieur Gideon is to become her husband.
And he has spent the last however many years supporting them, as he calls it, clutching on to whatever he can. We work together as partners, yes.
You must know the Van den Bosch family well, then.
I help Cassandra, rather, Madame Van den Bosch, if and when she needs me.
That's her Cassandra, before quickly retracting. Perhaps they are closer than he's willing to accept.
Merci for your time. It has been most intriguing. A pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Likewise. You're not from around here, are you?
My name is Hercule Poirot. I am a friend of Mademoiselle, soon to be Madame Angeline.
I see. Jacqueline Conrad. No doubt you've heard the name before.
I am rather embarrassed to say I have not, Madame.
No need for the madame. I'm not married. Just call me Jackie.
Oui, Jackie.
Seriously? You don't know who I am?
My sincerest apologies.
And I thought you Europeans were meant to be cultured.
I shall bite my tongue at the Mademoiselle's comment. Culture is the heart of our country. I cannot say the same for the United States. So true. So true. And I'm from the States. So true. Her name was not one I immediately recognized, but from her confidence and assumptions in being recognized, I believe her to be well known. Newspaper management stores occupy me every morning.
Here's the thing. I'm one of those people you want to know, and not be on the wrong side of.
Perhaps it would be wise for me to remain on your good side.
It's the best place to be. You wouldn't believe what a couple of positive stories can do for a family name, or a career.
And that is what you have done for the Van den Bosch family?
A little help goes a long way, and from what I have seen, the ladies deserve some positive support. That's what we call eavesdropping.
Pardon. I didn't mean to pry.
And with respect, I don't think it's really any of your business.
This is certainly not what I was expecting. Mademoiselle Conrad is force of her own. I shall have to play my cards right with her. Do I ask that? Oh, hi! What are you doing? Do you need to go potty? Do you need to go potty? Is that why you're right here? What are you doing? I didn't expect you to get up. Huh? Do you need to go potty? Do I need to take a break and you go potty? Hmm? Yeah? Is that what you need? You go potty? Wanna go potty? No, you don't seem to want to get up. Come on. You wanna go? You wanna go potty? Are you hot? Sorry guys, Coco just came walking up towards me. Is there something I can help you with, baby? Is there something I can help you with? It's not food. I don't got any food. What can I help you with, baby?
I heard, and it doesn't surprise me. There will always be someone trying to get something out of someone else. People are...
That is a rather pessimistic way of thinking.
But it's the truth. And in my experience, more often than not, it's someone the victim knows, and knows pretty well.
You make me question those I consider friends.
And maybe you should. If you have something you don't want the world knowing, just keep it to yourself.
This may be the nature of her work, but she lacks any sense of compassion for those that fall victim to such
I must
betrayals.
take my leave. Allow me to introduce myself. Hercule Poirot.
Hugo Beckers. A pleasure.
I hope I am not disturbing you. I often find myself at a loose end at parties such as these.
I've never been referred to as a loose end before, but it is always good to make a new acquaintance. There is no better way to understand one's purpose in life. I stand up for the workers that cannot do it themselves.
You work with a union?
Union leader, well, that is my formal title. But I see myself as more than just that. So much more. I am the face of the people. A voice in the void when there is none.
Very spirited. You have quite the way with words.
In my line of work, it is essential. Some fight with their fists, but I believe words are the ultimate weapon. I have been working with Gideon for quite some time. We are doing great things together. Great things.
I was not aware he was part of the union.
Well, he's not exactly. But he is an ally in the battle we face. Without his support, our uphill struggle would surely be a climb. Hopefully my talks with De Silva will help him see the light. I don't know what you think you heard, but it was a private matter and I appreciate if you kept it to yourself.
I can assure you, Monsieur Beckers, your conversation is exactly that. Yours.
Then maybe we should just leave it there.
There's something more to the conversation. If there is nothing to hide, why are both parties so hesitant to elaborate? Perhaps for now it's time to...
Merci. If I find myself at a loss again, I shall certainly return.
If I had a love of my own to declare, I would surely take inspiration from them. Suspense, tension, two way so authors keep their readers hooked on their character story. Gazing at the stars is truly one's life's simple pleasures. The fallen sun has laid beautifully a white blanket over the countryside that surrounds the house. Madame must have a great interest in religion. to have such material on them. It looks quite valuable and delicate. I should resist the temptation to inspect it further. Must be from the lawyer. I wonder if this story would match the excitement of this weekend. Probably not, Poirot.
Oh.
A roaring fire. I could just stand and gaze into the flames. You're gonna say that at every...
Aha.
I could spend every waking moment reading about the adventures of characters within these books.
Ah.
Coco? Coco? So many countries and cultures to experience. I hope one day to see them all with my own eyes. Looks like a happy couple are planning their honeymoon, but are undecided on their destination. That's a particularly romantic mood. There are enough mysteries in this house without being distracted by a fictional one. Well read. You've examined all the books in the library. It's because I'm nosy. Freaking nosy. Alright, let's before we go down to the salon.
The pieces of the puzzle are finally coming together.
Would the Major really start a physical fight over Gideon stealing the cigar? Okay, let's go to this one.
Another success. I never doubted myself.
I should revisit this argument. Something doesn't feel right about the joint secrecy.
I must take a different approach if I am to uncover.
Come back to that in just a second. What are you doing? Okay, that doesn't have, that just gives us more hints. Okay, so we need to...
I cannot see the logic in this.
There's something I'm missing.
Order and method. That is the way. Magnifique.
That's just what I just... There's only so much help you can receive before you're simply relying on someone else. What do the family still need assistance with? has secrets. Oh, cool, cool.
Monsieur Demir, we meet again.
What did I tell you? Call me Zach. You found your room all right then?
I did, and a charming room it is.
I don't know if I would call mine charming, but if I drink enough, it won't matter. That's okay. At least you actually care. Not like most of the others here. I'm the groom-to-be's older, more handsome brother.
Ah, oui. I see the resemblance now. How wonderful that you can celebrate this occasion together.
I'll stop you there. The only wonderful thing about this celebration is the free food and drink.
Ma'am, can you stop staring me down? It's creepy as fuck. Creeping me out.
You are not pleased for your brother.
Angeline seems nice enough, but marriage is not for me. What is there to gain from tying yourself to someone for the rest of your life? Besides the money. Recently, not a great deal. Well, except for enjoying myself. I was once a field medic in the military. But those days are over.
A noble occupation. Did you not want to make it your career?
It wasn't my decision to make. I certainly don't miss the battlefield, that's for sure. I'm sure he's fine. You don't need to worry about him. Always the knight in shining armor, riding in to save the day.
Saving the day from who, exactly?
Well, if Gedeon is the knight in the fairy tale, Felix is the dragon. Felix the Major. Ha! Always there, thinking he is better. Just because he was a major. We all know how he got there. In his mind, that puts him at the top of the chain.
It seems there's some hostility between Demir and the Major.
Gedeon said they were the majors, but I didn't think he would miss just one.
Ah, it was you that took the cigar.
Me? Okay, detective, you twisted my arm. It was me. But I didn't even get a chance to smoke it. Gedeon snatched it out of my hand. I'm sure he could afford to replace it.
The Major saw Gideon holding the cigar, assuming he had taken it. It was all a misunderstanding, so why the following...
Perhaps it is best I take my leave.
It is so weird that you're just sitting there staring at me, dog. We'll talk to you last, because I don't want to talk to you, to be honest. Chance to play is very tempting, but I shall save myself the embarrassment. The news of the continued factory strike, workers demanding fair treatment, with Jacqueline Connor.
Allow me to introduce myself. Hercule Poirot.
Detective Hercule Poirot? I heard we were being joined by one of the king's finest.
Do you need to go potty? Okay,
Oui,
give me a
madame.
second, guys. I'm gonna have
I
to
see
go
my name
do a
precedes
potty
me.
break.
Comtesse Margot de Vos. Charmed, I'm sure.
Why are you whining at me so much? Okay.
It is I who is charmed.
Handsome, well-mannered, and a man of the law. I did not expect such a fine caliber of gentleman at this party.
Okay. And since I should actually start using my screens a little bit more, I'll be right back. Jeez, poor Kokomo. Come on. Come on.
Comtesse, your compliments are enough to make a young detective blush.
I fill my time mostly with charity work. The number of those less fortunate only continues to grow.
How very admirable.
One must remain humble.
How you doing?
I have been a close friend to the Van den Bosch family for, well, heaven knows how long.
You must have known the late Viscount then.
Indeed, we had been friends since our school days. His passing was very hard on both Cassandra and young Angeline. I became a sort of protector of them both after his death. A guardian angel, if you will.
I've learned that friendship in these higher social circles can be nothing more than a facade to remain in position, perhaps.
You will find Felix at the center of any trouble, especially when it concerns the ladies of the house.
I understand he has made himself quite at home here.
What an understatement. He thinks his friendship with Cassandra entitles him to anything and everything in the house, including certain opinions of how young Angeline lives her life.
He does not approve of Monsieur Demire?
You'd have to ask him, or rather speak with Gideon's brother. He will have something to say about Felix, I am sure.
Thomas is well versed in drawing one in with delicious bait and then leaving them biting on the other line.
A strapping young man. Angeline has found herself a good one. They certainly make a handsome couple.
Speaking with them both, it is plain to see, even to one that is unexperienced in such emotions, that there is a great deal of love between them.
When they are together, it is obvious for all to see, even at such a young age. But who are we to judge what the heart wants? He would say that. I mean, financially, yes. But what else does that man have to offer?
I cannot imagine Madame Van den Bosch would be one to request financial help.
After Edwin, the Viscount, died, the family was left in a rather unfavorable position. She wasn't requesting, chérie. She was begging.
I see.
Let's just keep that between us. It's a rather sore subject for her.
It didn't take much for the Comtesse to reveal private matters of the Madame's business.
Work with? I built it from the ground up, detective.
My admiration continues to grow.
While my husband, the Honorable Count de Vos, is always busy with his duties, I found myself at rather a loose end. I could not bear wasting my days with no purpose. And one day, while shopping in the city, I noticed the abundance of young women living and begging on the streets. Dirty and hungry, without a franc to their name.
It is horrifying to think of how so many must live their lives while others live a life of such selfish opulence.
I hope that was not a backhanded comment on the life I live, detective.
Far from it, Comtesse. You are using your wealth to better the lives of the less fortunate. It is commendable work you do.
It is, isn't it?
Soon will go a long way to improve the lives of those who need it badly. I only wish there was more in positions such as her who could see the divine in our society and use their wealth to bring plight to the end.
It has been a pleasure conversing. I look forward to our next tete-a-tete.
Oh.
I have to go talk to what's her name and don't want to. Witchy lady. Okay, well.
Madame Van den Bosch, congratulations are in order on your daughter's engagement.
Thank you. And you are?
Detective Poirot.
I'm sorry, the name eludes me.
The day the Van der Bosch has stayed with me, it opened my eyes to unjust treatment of working class. has been the driving force in becoming the detective I am today. And yet I have barely been a second thought to her.
Once, Officer Poirot, I investigated your daughter's missing bracelet.
Oh, it's you. There is no missing jewelry here today, so we are really not in need of your services.
I am here on a rather more pressing...
I know why you are here, officer, detective, whatever you are now. Please, just get on with it.
Detective. And I promise not to keep you too long.
Angeline is her own woman now. She can fight her own battles. She does not need her husband to be stepping in.
And what battles would they be?
Nothing that concerns you, detective.
I'm not sure why I expected to ask him.
Keep your volume down. She had no right to do such a thing. As soon as the other ladies get wind that there was a police officer in-house, the whole town will know.
Perhaps you should be more focused on catching the blackmailer that is holding your family's name to ransom than what the chattering women of the town will say.
I care more about what those chattering women, as you so rudely describe them, have to say than the empty threat of an anonymous letter.
Your daughter does not agree. In fact, it has been suggested that one of tonight's guests may know more than they are willing to show.
The guests? You mean our friends? You can't honestly believe one of them would be so petty to send a letter like that. Oh, officer, you have not changed. I suppose it is only polite to say you're welcome.
Madame is as quick-witted as I remember.
What a shame there is nothing as memorable about you but your lack of respect.
Should have known getting into a verbal battle with Madame would not be easily one.
You can make whatever assumptions you wish.
Based on several accounts, it seems as though the Major has a certain level of disdain for him and his brother.
Felix is merely protecting both my daughter and the Van den Bosch name.
Protecting them from what exactly?
That is a question best asked to them. Gideon is a fine, educated young man from a well-respected family.
All important when considering a new son-in-law.
A good home and education speaks volumes about a man. Even in the short time they have been engaged, his noble character is obvious. If you were an educated man, you would know that.
I can assure you, madame, my education is not one to be sneered at.
And yet you remain a mere detective. Perhaps it is your choices, then, that are to be questioned. What do you mean, protecting? She hasn't gone and paid that silly ransom, has she?
It was Monsieur Demire that accepted the cost. He paid it because your daughter believes there may be something to hide.
For heaven's sake! Why do you think it was addressed to her and not I in the first place? Because they knew I would throw it in the rubbish where it belongs.
Madame, if there is something you are keeping, it would be wise to tell me now. It may help in identifying the culprit.
And it would be wise for you to stay out of my family's business. If I require your help, I shall ask for it. But don't hold your breath.
Merci. An enchanting conversation, as always.
She's such a bitch.
Fire away, detective. The major pain in the ass. Why should I? It doesn't take a detective to work out the sort of man he really is. You must have seen it, right?
I have my own history with the Major, but that is a story best not told.
I think it's a story best told now. It can't be any worse than what he did to us during the war.
You fought together in the war?
We were on opposing sides.
I have stumbled upon a delicate subject. It must be best to avoid it altogether.
The subject of war is a difficult topic for everyone. Perhaps it is best to discuss something else.
If you had seen what I have, what he has done, you wouldn't side with him.
I am taking no sides, monsieur. It is just not conversation fit for a party. Perhaps it is best I take my leave.
Okay.
Huh.
Already half drunk. Why does it have... That is actually very concerning.
Order and method. I cannot see the logic in this.
Okay.
Things are beginning to become clearer.
Okay, so I wouldn't say it to his face, but I don't think it's the Major's place to cast judgment on Gideon.
I must act on thought and fact.
I didn't realize I clicked that other one. Okay, so...
I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
Okay, so Malzeric and Gideon could be married into the family period for financial gain. Yeah, but I don't think so, because Angeline seems very... So when you inspect the pouch, well, we talk to...
This will not get me any closer to my goal. The pieces of the puzzle are finally...
I could not even fathom drinking that much alcohol, especially in one evening. Order a method. Made 50 deductions. Okay, so...
Come, my little grey cells. Is there something...
Oh, shit. Hate when I do that.
I must take a different approach if I am to Things are beginning to become clearer.
So it has some connection to both Cassandra.
Fire away, detective. I have a drink, but thanks anyway.
I just would not like to see things get out of hand.
Don't you worry about me. I've got it covered.
Something tells me his excessive drinking is not a celebration of the engagement. His recollection of the war makes me think something more serious.
Perhaps it is best I take my leave.
I am all yours, detective. You are quite inquisitive, aren't you?
I believe it is called small talk, no?
There is small talk, and there is prying.
I assure you that is not my intention.
Monsieur, please. I know a nosy gossip hound when I see one. We can smell our own. The Major isn't worth a minute of your time, though.
You are not a fan of his.
I'd hit him with my fan, monsieur. Any man that can treat a lady the way he does doesn't deserve to be in his position.
And what position is that, may I ask?
Lording over Cassandra like she's the help. He shouts at her like she's a stray cat that's wandered into the house. Madness.
It's something I never thought I would hear. Madame was ready to physically escort me out of the house when I arrived to investigate the missing bracelet, yet she allows the Major to get away with murder. There must be a reason why she's accepting to such behavior.
It has been a pleasure conversing. I look forward to our next tete-a-tete.
Some would say a lucky guess. I would say a moment of genius.
I cannot tell if Margaret dislikes the Major comes from a general place or merely jealousy.
Order and method. That is the way to solve the problem.
I don't know. Inspect the. We need to inspect the butler's pantry, so we'll do that before we get too far.
I cannot see the logic in this. This will not get me any closer to my goal. What a revelation!
There's a chance the Major is involved in the blackmail somehow, with the extent of Felix possible and violent. Okay, we need to talk to Archibald, and we need to go back to inspect the butler's. I have a couple things to go look at. It's talking on the phone almost too loud too.
Van den Bosch residence, how may I help you? Yes, of course. Please hold for one moment. Sir, yes, a call for you. Shall I direct it straight through to you in the study now? Very good, sir.
How you doing, Coco?
What can I do for you? Yes, he has been here for some time now. Lady Van den Bosch has been very good to let him stay so long.
Would you say he has become part of the family?
He's always been very vocal about how he stands the ladies in high regards, and so he should.
Merci. You have been most helpful.
The Major makes it would be too easy. The Major would be too. No, we have to talk to Cassandra again. I don't want to.
I must act on thought and... Come, my little grey cells.
Just so new. I have a feeling. Oh, maybe it's this.
Magnifique.
Ah, okay. The major of Mayfield associated with the Bar family may be lower than the name. I wonder if this is the limits of his negativity.
I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
Very clear the major does not see the married brothers in good light. What does his thoughts towards them have to do with the couple's relationship?
I must take a different approach if I am to uncover the Another success.
Okay,
I never doubted myself.
I'm gonna assume these connect to each other. The major clearly doesn't want the wedding to go ahead. Monsieur Gideon's reason for punching the major was perhaps valid after learning the reason he was against the wedding. True. Okay, so we got that part done. I have to go talk to Cassandra again. I don't want to. This bitch. Don't want to.
Let's make this quick, detective. Locked? That is absurd. They should be constantly coming back and forth from there if they are hiding from their work again. What is it you want in my staff area anyway?
I only mention it as I was hoping to speak to some staff members. But if they are busy...
Be a good fellow and make sure they aren't slacking off in there. It shan't take you long.
May not have been precision I was expecting, but nonetheless, I should try the pantry.
Merci. An enchanting
She's a bitch. Do not like her. Even if it's to her intentions are to protect her daughter, blah blah blah. And she's a bitch. There's so much other ways to go about it. Unlock a missing. Floret? Oh, it's
Bonjour, mademoiselle.
Oh, monsieur, you startled me.
It was not my intention, mademoiselle. I was hoping to talk with a member of the staff.
You are the detective?
I am Detective Hercule Poirot. I only intend to take up a moment of your time.
Madame Van der Bosch will be very hungry if she knows I'm standing talking.
Allow me to worry about Madame.
Inga Frank, détective.
From the Norse god of peace and fertility. A most beautiful name.
Merci. It was my grand-mère. Oui, détective. Madame was very clear on what was to be prepared for today.
Well, everything looks exquisite. But if I may be blunt, would you not benefit from some more hands?
Monsieur Archie knows how busy we are, especially in the kitchen. I hate when I have to run service.
Merci, mademoiselle. I shall leave you to your work.
Is that? That looks like Florette. That looks like Florette. Papers that order the dismissal of staff members for accessing the room without permission. Dear Miss Salon, your position for the following recent access. Oh, whoops, I didn't mean to.
Oh.
Showing 7 members of staff, the house would surely run like clockwork with so many.
Is there something I am not seeing? Magnifique.
Here's the number of staff missing based on the photo I wrote out. Why could this be?
The pieces of the puzzle are finally coming together.
It appears the missing staff were in fact relieved of their duties. Can there be another reason for letting them go?
Another success. I never doubted myself.
If the family are being more cautious with their money, maybe the staff were let go with reason. They're talking to Cassandra.
Oui, détective. I am at your service. That is not for me to talk about, detective. If Monsieur Archie found out I had said anything out of turn...
I am not asking you to betray your fellow staff or the family. What is said between us remains that way, mademoiselle.
It's only whispers, but the last servant was caught in areas of the house they shouldn't be. Apparently, they saw something they shouldn't have. Please, detective, if Monsieur Archibald found out I was talking like this with a guest...
My lips are sealed, mademoiselle. Merci, mademoiselle. I shall leave you to your work.
The plot thickens. What did she see that she wasn't supposed to?
What can I do for you? What have they done? If I have to...
No, monsieur. There is not a complaint to be made. It is more the recent layoffs and extra work pressure you all seem to be under I am inquiring about.
We've had to let some of them go. Let's just say their standards didn't live up to what was expected.
Not exactly what the termination paper stated.
Merci. You have been most helpful.
It's not to talk to Morgan. What's her bucket, huh? Yeah, let's go get it over with before I go upstairs. I don't like talking to this woman at all. Like, if I didn't have to talk to her, I won't.
Let's make this quick, Detective. The public rooms are not adequate space for you to celebrate my daughter's engagement.
Madame, I asked only the limits, as I understand a member of the staff was let go for a similar reason.
It would benefit you not to listen to whispers and rumors, officer. They did not produce a satisfactory standard of work. There is nothing more to say.
It is detective, madame. And it is just that the termination papers detail the matter and proceed to...
Need I remind you again whose house you reside in?
Merci. An enchanting conversation, as always.
Alright.
Come, my little grey cells. We must think logically. I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
I knew it was one or the other. The paperwork conflicts with Archibald's account. Only one could be telling the true story.
This will not get me any closer to my goal. I cannot see the logic in this. Perhaps a Some would say a lucky guess. I would say a moment of genius.
There is doubt that there must be a family secret. Can Forbidden House's area hold the answer? There's something that doesn't feel right about the staff dismissal. Contradicting source. Why only make me question its fertility farther? We have one thing here.
What a revelation!
Okay, so we need to put those together. I have to go talk to her again. I don't want to talk to her again. Now we're here.
Let's make this quick, Detective. Why would I? He is to be Angeline's new husband and my new son-in-law. If he is taking that position seriously, he will do what he must to keep his new family happy.
And to you that means paying ransom money?
It means doing what he must to protect his wife and his family name. I see you have still not learned any sense of tact or subtlety.
I see no reason to beat around the bush, madame.
Until you are pricked by a thorn.
You are the thorn.
And until that day, I shall continue with the method that best sells me. Now, Monsieur de Silva.
Yes, he has provided some financial support when it has been required. I assume that was the answer you were looking for.
Merci. An enchanting conversation, as always.
Okay, now we can finally go upstairs. Sorry. I like the voice acting in there. In this, it's a lot of storytelling, so I don't have to talk so much. I like that.
Is there something else you need? It seems someone has been asking around about me.
Only polite curiosity, I can assure you.
Well, you would be right. Although working with the Viscount caused me much less grief.
Grief, monsieur?
Let's just say we didn't always see eye to eye. And if neither side is prepared to back down, there is a problem.
There's obviously more to learn about the goings-on between Monsieur de Sèvres and the Major. It certainly doesn't sound like positive business relationship.
Merci for your time. It has been most intriguing.
I only thought it was Madame that was so concerned with her parents. Others, perhaps the Major, was in a similar mindset. What's wrong? Did you need something? Oh. Link acted like you were coming in to see me. Link! You false advertise, bud. You false advertise. Oh, did you give your sister kisses? Oh, that was sweet. Did you give your sister kisses, Link? That was sweet. Yeah. Oh. I couldn't figure out what the last connection was. Okay. That's not what I was expecting. That's not, definitely wasn't what I was expecting to come into. So, what are we supposed to do now? I'm not sure where else I need to go. Didn't really give me.
What can I do for you? Ah, perfect timing. I was about to ask that everyone move through to the dining room.
Très bien.
Yes, Maman. Perhaps Turkey. I would love to see my beloved's homeland.
I'm sure we will decide on somewhere. Perhaps where we are both yet to have visited.
It was my crowning achievement.
I am not so sure you workers would agree.
Are you sure? I've definitely seen your face somewhere before.
I do not believe there is another that resembles these features, or brains, at least.
I've always liked the idea of sailing the West Indies.
In that heat? With your complexion?
Okay, but you lived in the capital at one time.
Oui, mademoiselle. I spent much of my working life there.
Maybe sleeping off half a bottle of whiskey.
Let us not be so blasé with our opinions, brother.
If you ask me,
I don't believe anyone did.
You're that officer! The shootout on the rooftop! Your face was all over our front page!
It seems it is not only I that possesses great skills of deduction. You...
Please, come quick! The Major has been murdered in his study!
Messieurs et Mesdames, I am Detective Hercule Poirot of the Belgian Police Force. I ask that you all remain calm and in your seats. I shall begin my investigation immediately. Monsieur Sterling, please, lead the way.
Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. Murder so fell. That's actually one of the books. Noticeable, almost sinister chill could be felt upon entering.
This is Mr. Hagen's study, Detective. Would you like me to stay?
I understand if you are not comfortable with such a scene.
Don't you worry, Detective. I've seen much worse in my years.
I am thankful to have someone of your resilience by my side.
I just can't believe someone could have killed him in cold blood. Is that what you think happened?
I admire your faith in your fellow man, but you will be surprised what someone will do when they feel there is no other option.
Mr. Hagen does not allow any staff into the study, and they were all present in the staff quarters, or part of the dinner service.
And everyone was accounted for?
Everyone. It is my business to know all my staff's whereabouts. Phone call. Yeah. It was one of his business associates.
Do you know what associate?
He didn't say. I think he was French. The accent still confuses me sometimes.
And did the Major sound any different to you? Panicked, anxious, anything out of the ordinary?
Not that I noticed. I think he was embarrassed about ending up on the floor after Master Gideon's one punch. I would be.
Your help and discretion in this matter are greatly appreciated. Huh.
Hi, baby. Single stab wound. I would expect to see a number of puncture wounds if the culprit had came here with the intention of murder. The bruising from getting punched in the face, as well as the confrontation. Although one punch was thrown, there is substantial bruising on his face. I must use all my detective skills and experience here. Besides the stab wound, there's a little to go on from his body. I was brought here to find the blackmailer, but discovering the truth behind the Major's death must take precedence. What could have caused such a large damp patch on the floor? It's quite severe. Such damage. Shame to see such a beautifully made carpet ruined. Keep petting Coco. It's surprising that it's been less visible. Sure, it would have been quick and easy to fix. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. The bulk of safe made with security in mind. It's locked tight, but a box of valuables sits on top. Note stuffed down on the side of the seat. You don't know me, but I know you and your past very well. Years have passed and your actions remain hidden to the world. Actions that would shame even the evilest men. The details so heinous, to include them would surely bring a tear to your eye. Now it's time for the truth to be revealed to all. While not one man is to blame for the final outcome, it was you that brought about the final piece to the puzzle. The one that would, no one else would. If you remain a free man, fill the brown paper. Smooth, I would not ponder too long. Oh, so he was being blackmailed too? Another blackmail letter written in a similar manner to the ones addressed to Mademoiselle Angeline. Could the Major be hiding the secret of his own, or was he in fact the author of these letters? No, I don't think he was the author. The snow continues to bill in. Why is this window has been left open? I cannot fathom. Me too, Kokomo. Odd, a bucket this size for such a minute amount of water. Does not look like there's obviously missing from it. Okay, so
beginning to become clearer.
Okay, so someone knocked over the bucket and then repositioned it. Someone beside the major? The bucket was overturned.
The pieces of the puzzle are finally coming together.
The obvious items of value have not been taken. Why would the killer not take the reward?
I must act on thought and... I must take a different approach if I am...
Okay. Let's see. Was this maybe this?
Order and method.
No.
That is...
Maybe it was this and this.
Is there something...
No, it's not.
Magnifique.
If someone had gone the lengths to scaling the wall, they surely would have taken some valuables. Not a simple burglar.
Is there something I am not...
Not sure. That doesn't work.
Come, my little grey cells.
Apparently just not connecting something. These may be the same?
I must act on thought and...
Oh,
What a
I
revelation.
didn't think about that. There's signs that something occurred in the study between the major and unknown figure. Evidence of a fight. Okay. I can confirm the window was not the intruder's point of interest. Clara slipped me not to check the door first upon arrival.
Huh.
The door shows no signs of forced entry or tampering. Could they have not been allowed to re-enter? Okay.
Some would say a lucky guess. I would say a moment of genius.
Evidence shows the fight of swords broke out sometime after the killer entered the room, unobscured. The door from the bedroom to the study was held approach to the room, but I still don't know if they were invited in or did they slip in unknown.
Anything I can do to help, Detective?
Has anyone else entered this room this evening?
Rihanna brought him some ice for his cheek earlier.
And when was that?
When he returned from his cigar outside, he asked for something to be brought upstairs to ease the swelling of his feet. He would normally smoke only in here. Lady Vanden Bosch doesn't like the smell of his cigars in the public rooms.
Madame continues to roll her home, how she sees fits.
Your help and discretion in this matter are greatly appreciated.
Now that I know the Major was not alone, it is time to search the study further in hopes of finding clues to who was with him. Is seems the crime has been investigated, but it does not show a straightforward series of events. The circumstances around the major cigar is one of the such avenues that requires further exploration. Scrubby look at Jagger was hanging upon the coat. The major's right scrub in his pocket. Reasonably full ashtray. I would expect him to at least clean this out. A discarded towel folded and used. No matches remain. Rather organized desk containing what looks to be important documents. Incredibly dirty, the logs are old and covered in dust. Normal looking poker stand, nothing appears out of the ordinary. Holy cow, push 4.
This will not get me any closer to my... I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
The major was smoking recently, and surprisingly he dropped his cigar. What could have lit the cigar?
I must take a different approach if I am to Order and method. That is the...
That's not what I meant to hit.
I cannot see the logic in this. Perhaps a... Another success. I never doubted myself.
The crime scene has been tampered with. The killer clearly had enough time to cover the tracks.
Things are beginning to become clearer.
The major's knife was missing. His body lies with a stab wound. It could very well be the murder weapon.
Magnifique.
There's currently no way to rule out the poker being a murder weapon.
Is there something I am... I cannot see the logic in this. Perhaps a second look at the evidence in front of... I must take a different approach if I am... What a revelation!
Would have expected the major to keep his belongings in much tidier fashion.
Anything I can do to help, Detective?
For a house this such high standards, there's a noticeable lack of care taken in here.
As I said, Mr. Hagen did not allow the staff in here alone. Besides me. He was very clear on that.
Have the staff ever given him reason to not trust them?
Nothing has ever been brought to my attention, but he was very clear no one was to be in here without his permission.
I suppose it is not unreasonable. I would have thought with his military past he would have kept it immaculate, with not a speck of dust or hair out of place. But the fireplace, for instance, says otherwise.
I haven't seen it lit since he has been with us, even in the colder months. It's been in this state for some time.
Your help and discretion in this matter are greatly appreciated.
What time is it? I gotta keep an eye on the time because I have to go make dinner. So I'll probably have to do a two-part stream of this, but that's okay. I've got plenty of time to stream. Now if I could just get better at streaming, that would be so much better. Well, you know, that would mean
Things are beginning
have
to
to
become
be-
clearer.
there are no items I can stir fire or light a cigar. No fire stores.
I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
Okay, there's remains no means to light his cigar. Someone must have lit it for him. Someone he trusted, but who? Someone lit.
Some would say a lucky guess. I would say a moment of genius.
Truth from within. He made 75 deductions. Someone lit his cigar for him and attacked him when he least expected it. Who could have been so ruthless? Would I connect this?
Another success.
So it's someone that had time to clean. They lit the major cigar following the brutal act of the murder. Took their time to clean the scene, and they were not in a hurry. They could still be in the house. How could they remain so calm? The murder remains a mystery. Murder weapon remains a mystery. The killer's identity is still to be uncovered. May still reside in this house. Come, my little Gracels, let us solve this mystery. Nope, we got another. I was not expecting to have a murder case on my hands when I arrived, but this will merely be another test of the great detective. Who is a great ass detective?
Anything I can do to help, Detective?
I believe I've collected all the necessary information. I would like to inspect his adjoining
As
bedroom.
you wish.
It's clear the reason that entering the major study would not make case with his valuables. What I must understand is the intent to murder was here. The study has been manipulated following the major's death, meaning they had time to return to the scene and attempt to cover their tracks. The perpetrator entered through the bedroom. Perhaps there is something they failed to clean up behind them. I can make sense of all this. I should review what clues the study yielded before I continue. If the killer still resides in the house, I must approach everyone with not only caution but suspicion. Another let's just to it. It appears to be someone looking out for his business concern. Let the workers straight. Felix, I understand there's a number of business concerns for you in the situation that have arisen within the factories. But I offer this piece of advice. Step back. Mr. Bakken offers with the union have finally opened the workers' eyes, and they demand fair treatment. They deserve it for so long. The fuel of the fire has already been laid. The match has already been struck. You don't want to be near those flames when they ignite. I know you were once a good, honorable man. I pray that's still true. I must review the information I gather from each guest today. There must be something that will reveal the identity of the author. Plant.
Oh.
Fallen snow has laid beautiful. Alright, we'll start finding a spot to save. Gonna leave it on a cliffhanger for today. It seems Madame Van de Bosch heart is a trophy worth fighting over. I hope you excuse my bluntness and plainful speaking, but regarding the matters of Madame Bosch, that requires not only your attention, but the level of understanding and respect between us both. I am fully aware of the help that you offered not only Madame, but her family and household. I'm also aware that you know of the assistance that has been given to the Madame, the Viscount, before her. We are friends and business partners, and I felt like it's my duty to continue to give aid to Bosch's name and standing has always been. Having said that, it's not always simple to keep business and personal matters separate. This is how I found myself today. Cassandra and I share a bond that one does not explain often in low lifetime. No doubt you felt similar. But what must be lost to one man is love to another. While I respect your efforts in the war, and the generosity you've shown, Madame, I request that you step back from what you consider to be your duties of the house and allow for the Madame to make her choice, the choice that I believe obvious to all parties. I trust this correspondence remains for your eyes only. A gentleman's agreement is enough to guarantee our arrangement. This could be the weapon that brought down some impressive animals that now fills the walls. Okay, I can step around the barrel. I'm not sure how I fare coming face to face with such beasts. Note. A rather threatening letter has been pinned, Major, addressed to the Major. Dear Major, I don't think I would ever find myself writing a letter such as this, but under the current circumstances, I see no other way. Madame and I have been friends for many years than I care to say, so I can no longer sit back and allow you to your bullying to continue. I am well aware of the companionship you've offered to my good friend over the years. It has been most generous without it. I care not to think what would have happened to her, but it does not give you the opportunity to act in such a foul, brutish manner. The day the Viscount passed, I promised I would protect Cassandra and Angeline. It is my promise I will keep. You were once a major in the British Armed Force, but your actions have mirrored that of drunken fools who held no place in society, let alone Madame's house. Please do not bother yourself with this promise. This is not a question that requires an answer. I only hope that you will see the errors and adjust them accordingly. Author speaks of bullying, although no specifics are noted. Any form of treatment towards women is not acceptable. I wonder how many travel expeditions have been planned while enjoying the contents of this globe.
Certainly. What do you need?
What do you know of the Major's relationships with the guests?
The male guests, I believe, he knows in a business capacity, but I'm afraid that's all I know. I will add, though, he has not always been the easiest man to get along with.
You are talking from personal experience of working for him.
I am head butler to the Van den Bosch family in their home. He has made himself comfortable, but to me he still remained a guest. There's not much I couldn't tell you. As soon as he found out my father was in the army, his stories never stopped.
I am sure an officer of his rank must have many a tale.
A tale is a fitting description. Not so much a pinch of salt, more like a bag is needed listening to them.
Your help and discretion in this matter are greatly appreciated.
Alright, so let's do our deductions and then we'll save and... So...
The pieces of the puzzle are finally coming together.
Let's quickly speak of her protection over Cassandra. She must take this role very seriously.
Come, my little grey cells. The pieces of the puzzle are finally coming together.
There's something between her and the maid, Madame. Okay, we'll ask him.
Order and method. That is... This will not get me any closer to my... I must act on thought and fact. I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
I thought of that one. The only other union supporter I know that's passionate enough to write such letters. Muslim Gideon. Okay, so that's... And then let's do this one. Let's just give us more stuff. And then... Yes. So we'll have to come pick up on this later, because it is time for me to go make dinner. I'm really excited. It's a honey garlic chicken. I'm very excited. But thank you everybody that came today. Today was just kind of a nice chill day. It was nice and quiet. Sometimes these kind of days are necessary. Anyways, thank you guys so much. This will go to YouTube here shortly. As my audio cuts out, that was great. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye!